Hello, welcome to Digital Arts and Entertainment. My name is Rick, I'm the Academic Director of this curriculum, and I'll welcome you on this online info day. This is a bit atypical setting for us. Usually we have a lot of people here, but we'll try to serve you as good as possible and answer all your questions as good as possible via digital and online means. The goal of this introduction talk is to guide you a little bit through the flow and the concept we set up for you during this info day. So you have this live stream here, which will go on for the rest of the day, non-stop, with different programs, different interviews, different people, student projects, student panels, etc. The majority of the live stream is not meant to be very interactive. The student panels on the live stream, that's where the interaction is going to happen between you, visitors, and some of our students, since they're all spread around in lockdown, so we assembled them in one live stream. But you will have the opportunity to interact with the students during the 3 interactive student panels we have scheduled during the day. For the rest, I'm going to give you a brief, short overview introduction of what we do in DAE, what kind of students we like to enroll for DAE, and after that, we advise you to go to our website and then watch at all the several short introduction movies. There's a general introduction movie that explains the technical artist profile, which we are known for. And then you have, for each separate major, a small introduction movie that explains the essence of each major. Based on those movies, you will be able to take a deeper dive into a specific curriculum. Also, this all happens on the digitalartsandentertainment.be website. So after you've watched the movies, the goal is go to the course overview page and then dive into the deeper details of each curriculum. We have information up to the level of each separate course, so you should be able to find everything you're looking for. If you've went through a specific curriculum and you have general questions, there's a frequently asked questions section that will answer, I think, the most general questions. And afterwards, also, via the DAE website, there's a link where you can chat with us for each separate major, for the international back office, for the DAE general theme, for study track counseling. There's a team of ours ready and waiting to answer your specific questions. So that's the global overview of this info day. So content, all content-related questions, information, just go to our digitalartsandentertainment.be website, and after you've gathered all the necessary information, jump on one of the chat channels and then ask your specific questions. If it might be a little bit busy from time to time, and you see that the lines in the chat channels are getting longer, then it might be a good idea to jump out of the chats for a moment and then take a look at this live stream. This live stream is meant to offer you non-stop information and things to look at that are all DAE related. We are here with a whole lot of people to assist you and to help you with most of your questions. So this is the practical part. Now a little bit about DAE. If you've done your homework, then DAE is a little bit an atypical degree. Like for some parents, this sometimes sounds a little bit strange, but we're not interested in people looking for a diploma. What we are looking for is people with an urge, with a passion to become really good at something. So we focus on the entertainment business. We very often get the question, yeah, is this even a serious business, games and movies? Yes, it is. The entertainment sector is one of the biggest industries worldwide. It's bigger than audio and bigger than audio, like the games industry on its own is bigger than the audio and the film industry combined. So this is a very serious business. Even now, in COVID-19 lockdown, the entertainment industry, the game industry, is even growing. They're very adaptive to the situation. So the turnover of the game industry at this moment is growing. So this is a very, very serious business. The thing about entertainment is, if you go to the movies, if you play a game, if you buy a PlayStation title, you pay €60 for a game, you don't want to have an average game. And this is the red thread, the common thread to the entire DAE story. We're not interested in average. We want to train people that are capable of boosting that entertainment industry on an international level by making high-level content. So quality and pushing yourself and raising the bar as far as you can for yourself, that's the common thing for DAE. So for us, it's really all about passion and willing to become as good as possible. People, and we know that from experience, we've been doing this for 15 years, and I think we're in our 16th year at the moment. If the only thing that you're interested in, having a good time as a student and graduating with a degree, then we might not have the perfect education for you. Yeah? But if you feel the passion, the urge to produce content, if you look at movies and you say, wow, those special effects, I want to know how they make it, I want to make my own effects. If while you're gaming, you're looking at the levels and the scenes and you're analyzing gameplay and you say, okay, man, I have my own game ideas, I want to make stuff my own, I want to be part of the next GTA game, things like that, then you might be the people that we're looking for. And this, like I said, this is the common thread. This is what makes DAE DAE. If you've done your homework, we've been nominated Best Game Design degree worldwide twice in a row, 2017, 2018. We're hoping to get there once more in the near future. We're going pretty hard for that. But you can compare DAE with top sport. If you want to become an athlete, you want to make it to the Olympics, or if you want to play soccer and you want to make it to Champions League, by just playing football or by just doing some running or jogging, you will never get there. So the way to get there is by really committing yourself, by aiming your targets, putting your targets high enough and just aim for it and train, and work your ass off, like Arnold Schwarzenegger says. Just work your ass off and become as good as you possibly can be. This is the true goal. This is the spirit that we're looking for. If you have that mindset, if you have that spirit, then you might actually be a very good student for us. For us, there's no, it's hard to say, there's no in between. You can't do DAE a little bit. You either do it all the way or you don't do it at all. But if you are the right student for us, I can assure you will have a blast here. We have a very fascinating, thriving, energetic community. We have over 200 international students. Like I'm doing this talk in English because we know that there are already some international people on the live stream. But the most commonly used language in our curriculum is English. We do teach both in Dutch and in English. So you have the choice if you enroll to pick either the Dutch or the English version of the curriculum. But I strongly recommend taking the English curriculum because even the Belgian companies, whether it's the film production houses or the game companies in Belgium, the common language that is being used is English. Most of the software that we're using even doesn't exist in Dutch. So there's basically only one common language in our industry, and that's English. That's something important to realize. It's perfectly okay, skills-wise. You will learn exactly the same thing if you pick the Dutch curriculum, but you have to know that this is an international degree. So in contradiction with a lot of other bachelor's degrees out here in Flanders and in Belgium, we're not that interested in employability in Flanders. Our employability is global. So we educate you to be able to choose where you want to go to work, whether it's in the UK, it can be in China, it can be in Eastern Europe, no matter where, you will have skills that are globally relevant. So therefore it's really important to know what DAE is about. Yeah? So I'm going to try to summarize a little bit, and then I'm going to give you some time to go to all the information at your own pace, to watch at the different videos we have. But if you choose to study DAE, you must be willing to work your ass off. You must be willing to constantly push yourself and being pushed by us. We have a great team of teachers And they're very good at pushing you so that you will become the best version of yourself that you will ever be able to become. That's a very dedicated goal. Yeah? It's an international degree. It's an international community. And there's nothing wrong with that, but if your desire is after graduating to find a job within 50 kilometers from where you're born, it will be hard because it's happening worldwide. I think about 40% of our graduates straight go working abroad. More and more people just spread their wings and they go work abroad. So I think these are the main pieces of advice that I can give you. But like I said, this is about passion. We're very passionate about what we do. We really love our students. If you fit this profile, I'm quite sure there's no better place to study. You will work a lot. You will have heavy times. And therefore, we have this stream with the student panels on it. As a future student, it's very important to learn from our current students how student life is. Because not everybody is willing to commit, let's say, 50 to 55 hours a week for their studies. Like, that's one basic rule that we're very strict on. For each hour that we spend teaching, training, coaching you, we expect you to spend at least 1 hour at home. So you have around 24, 25 hours of classes a week. We expect you to practice, exercise, train your skills 25 hours on top of that at home. So an average working week for DAE students is between 50 and 55 hours. Just do your math, take a week sheet, put all your days on it and plot 50, 55 hours on it, and you know what you're up to. And don't think that we're fooling you or telling stories. When you have the chance to talk to the students in the student panel, ask it for yourself, listen what they have to say. They're both national and international students, so you can ask all about their experiences. During this day, if you might not, for some strange reasons, if we might have technical issues, if the network would break down, on the landing page from HOWEST, where you can chat with all our teams, there's also a link to email addresses. You can mail each one of us if there's questions that you don't want to. So if you go to the chat links, or like the gamers and the students amongst you, a lot of you will have a Discord account. You can get on Discord with our staff. But if there's personal questions that you really don't want to ask in the chat channel and you want to get in more like a one-to-one discrete conversation, just put your questions in a mail and we'll answer them as quickly as possible. So there should not be, it shouldn't be happening that you can't get in touch with us today unless World War III breaks out. I think we're here to answer your questions and to help you out. I only have to wish you the best of luck with your choice. Know that if you choose to study at DAE, you choose for a fascinating, rough ride. It won't be an easy ride. There's no easy ride through DAE. It's part of the way we teach. But if you make it, you'll become a veteran. That's how we call our alumni. And your portfolio will be what gets you a job and not your diploma. And then you will have something to be really proud of, because if you make it through our curriculum, you will be one of those future-proof, international ready employees of the entertainment industry, and then the world is at your feet. Good luck.
It's super amazing. I was so stoked because I was one of the contribution of it, and it's making me feel like, wow, I did something. It really boosts my confidence in my works.
It's a good feeling, it's exciting, it's cool to know that you're a part of it.
Yeah, I'm really happy about that. It's an honor, to be honest. That extra thing, just my work on the trophy, and it's a really nice trophy, and it's just, yeah, it's a really nice feeling.
It's good. It was exciting because it was something different. It was feedback from other people than just your teachers or your friends.
It was kind of special, so to say. I placed all my work on there, and I definitely got some good feedback. I talked with some people.
There's definitely like a technicality with which we learn. If you graduate from DAE, you will be on point with your technical knowledge of your software and of computers. You will know what's happening, and that is a thing that the industry really requires of you. Everything about it is made to prepare you for the industry.
I really love the environment here. It's really open and friendly. I really like the teachers here. They really friendly, and you can come up to them and ask anything and they will find it, and everyone is helping each other. It's feel like everyone is growing, so I really love it.
It does not feel like a school. You learn a lot, you learn a lot of stuff really fast, and you really grow in like 3 to 4 years. But you just enter the school and you really get this warm feeling of people trying to help each other, and
it's super amazing. I was so stoked because I was one of the contribution of it, and it's making me feel like, wow, I did something. It really boosts my confidence in my works.
It's a good feeling, it's exciting, it's cool to know that you're part of it.
yeah, I'm really happy about that. It's an honor to be honest. That extra thing, just my work on the trophy, and it's a really nice trophy, and it's just, yeah, it's a really nice feeling.
It's good, it was exciting because it was something different. It was feedback from other people than just your teachers or your friends.
It was kind of special, so to say. I placed all my work on there, and I definitely got some good feedback. I talked with some people.
There's definitely like a technicality with which we learn. If you graduate from DAE, you will be on point with your technical knowledge of your software and of computers. You will know what's happening, and that is a thing that the industry really requires of you. Everything about it is made to prepare you for the industry.
I really love the environment here. It's really open and friendly. I really like the teachers here. They really friendly, and you can come up to them and ask anything and they will find it, and everyone is helping each other. It's feel like everyone is growing, so I really love it.
It does not feel like a school. You learn a lot, you learn a lot of stuff really fast, and you really grow in like 3 to 4 years. But you just enter the school and you really get this warm feeling of people trying to help each other, and it's incredible to say. It's like the best 3 years I've had.
If it's your thing, I would absolutely recommend DAE. Certainly at this moment, I don't think there's really a better place to go.
Oh, Alexander. Social distancing.
Socially distant.
Yeah, okay. So, you're Alexander?
I'm Alexander, hello, and you are Dirk?
I'm Dirk, yes.
And we are here to present the brand new, I'm going to come a little bit closer, the brand new majors that DAE has on offer from next academic year onward, being sound design, which I'm the coordinator for, and?
I will be the coordinator for the 3D animation major. Yep.
So, what brought you to this part of the world? Dirk?
To this part of the world, well, DAE exists already for a long time, since 2006, and now is the moment that we would also like to, well, we started out with a curriculum already. 176 people came, and we had then one major, but last year we were plus 1,200 students, so we really decided we have to make more differentiations, and therefore, so we had game graphics, we had game development, we had 3D production, we had IGP, VFX, things like that, but we added 2 more this year, such as sound design and 3D animation.
All right, and the reason why we had to start with 3D animation?
The industry. I mean, they all knew it was a small minor, let's say 96 hours, 2 semesters, 4 hours a week, like 12 weeks, 96 hours. They knew exactly where the buttons were. That's the feedback that we got from the industry. They know exactly where the buttons are, and they can cope any other program because it's only a matter of the starting screen. But they couldn't animate, and animation is nothing else but training, and therefore we started now with a wider atelier of animation.
All right.
And what about you?
What about me? Why am I here? Well, I came into the HOEST network a couple of years back. Then I was requested to do a couple of workshops on sound design, which were pretty well received. They were requested by the students. Now, there are actually 3 types of requests that came that made the sound design curriculum mandatory. That's 1, the students asked for it. 2, the staff asked for it. Namely, we have very visually stunning group projects in the last year, and sometimes, not always, actually the sound that was put underneath that was a little bit lacking. So actually it kind of took away from the visual elegance and brilliance of the project. So we want to up the ante by providing some kick-ass sound underneath that as well. The third question that we got, or the third reason why we're starting with this major program, is because of industry. A lot of the sound people out there, or people who are in programs related to sound, learn how to create very properly, but they have skills that are at points somewhat lacking in terms of implementation and integration. With this brand new sound design major, we actually want to provide that particular skill.
High urgency, isn't it? Definitely.
Okay, so
who is it for? Let's say students?
Well,
I start, you start?
No, actually, there's something else to say, namely that the history of this major, we actually did some test runs on this. We started with a workshop program. Then from basically 2019 onward, we did a joint project which was called Audio for Games with local cultural creative instances, organizations, with some internationally renowned artists. And basically on that basis, we created a knowledge base. We basically did a field study of what were the skills that were predominantly requested by industry, by cultural organizations as well. Then we initiated in September 2019 audio design minor, which comprised 4 courses, and we quickly realized that that was insufficient. So that was the thing that then actually triggered, spurred on the moment, so that we have from next academic year onward, 2021, we will have the sound design major. Who is this for?
Yes, 3D animation, that's for people who want to learn animation, the craftsmanship of animation. We will start with the 12 principles of animation, with body mechanics, that you just play with timing, with movement, exaggeration. Check it out, 12 principles of animation, and you'll see all the different steps. Once brought by the 9 people from Disney that really made a course out of it, and that's why it all starts with animation. What do we see? We see the entire pipeline. We go from of course, starting with animation. We also start with pre-production. You will learn about film, you will learn about cinematography, you will learn about framing, what's a long shot, what's a close-up, what's visual storytelling, how will you do it, what is staging the scene. That means the perfect choreography between actors, camera and framing. Then you can create storyboards. After that we will do 3D blockouts. With these 3D blockouts we will continue with animation, of course, and out of this animation you will also finish the final scene, because there's a lot. It's not only about animation, you have a very good generalistic view on 3D production in pre-rendered area. We're not games, so it's not in a real-time area, except for one semester at the end that we are also talk about real-time engines and how to use those. That's basically for those students. And what about sound designers?
All right, Bert, who is behind the cameras and stuff, can I have my slide on sound design in short?
Oops.
Next slide. That's the one that I need. All right.
I go.
So the students will learn how to create sound on a professional level. And so, as I mentioned, why are we initiating this major program? It's to make a distinction between many of the audio and music related programs that are predominantly artistic in nature. We want to provide a more technical based, we are a technical school after all, approach to audio and to sound in games and audio-visual production. So more focus on programming skills and less on the artistic part, so that we get proper technical artists out of this program. We are not really focusing all that much on composition, on musicians, or on sound engineers, people that have all rights to be in existence, but it's just not what we are focusing on this program. We split up the program basically into two categories, being the domains on which we focus and the competences on which we focus. What are the domains which we really put the emphasis on? We learn how to create sound effects in this program. We teach you proper techniques for doing voice recording, also Foley recording, which for audiovisual productions can be really important and can make a vast difference. We teach you how to work on very realistic ambience, and then to a lesser extent we teach you how to work around music, create an ambience in that way. What are the competences that we are after with this program? We want to teach you how to properly do sound capturing, because that's where everything starts with sounds. We teach you how to edit those, how to process them. We tackle mixdown and mastering, and then we basically split up. We do integration for audiovisual productions, so basically linear productions in our digital audio workstations. We also provide insights in how to do implementation for non-linear productions like games, predominantly with game engines or by the use of middleware. Other competences that we really want to have a strong emphasis on is on doing proper spatialization, surround, 5.1, stereo versus mono, and then when you are working in a professional company, how you have to do your delivery. That's basically it for what the competences and the domains are. We are now going to look jointly, and I'm going to ask Dirk to come back. The slide can disappear for a while. And we are going to take a look at the curriculum in a broad sense, and then more specialized.
Okay, I start with my curriculum?
You start with your curriculum.
But I would like to have my slide then.
I'm going away.
Voila, and I'm going, yeah, still I'm here. So, as you can see beneath, you can see all the, I have to do it like this because it's mirrored. You see all the different colors. So pink, blue, green, orange and red. The pink ones are pre-production, character design. Those are actually drawing classes. You learn about all the design skills. And it's all about perspective. You will learn about colors, you will learn about shading. That's all first semester. Take a look at our website. It's very easy to find it back in the course. Oops, sorry. In the course overview. And then in the second year, because if you look at this slide, horizontally is a semester and vertically are all the different semesters, one another. 6 semesters makes a 3 bachelor degree. So, in the second semester of the pre-production, let's say, of the drawing classes, the 2D classes, then we have also character design. You will have a live model, you will learn to draw anatomy, you will also get the principles of anatomy, let's say the Homo Universalis by Da Vinci, where you learn all about the different proportions and things like that, up until you come out with fantastic digital paintings of characters. Then later on, somewhere, yeah, the blue one, oops, this one, yeah, that will be the stylized creation. Design is really designing it, it's really drawing it, it's really, yeah, creating it in the 2D sense. In the 3D sense, that's what we call creation. And then you go into stylized creation, so it will be creatures, cartoony characters, and so on. And then we see in the slide lots of blue. Lots of blue, that means a 3D pipeline. You have 3D 1, 2, 3, 4, 3D 1, 3D 2. Typically that is mixed, by the way, with GGP. 3D 1, 3D 2 is low poly, high poly. I'm not going to go into detail. You will see on the side, let's say 3D 2, at the end of the first year, you will be able to create a hyper-realistic car with all the right materials. In 3D 3, you will become the 3D digital photographer. That means that you put in a virtual scene, actually on your 3D software, you put the right lights, you make the right materials, and you know all the render elements, and you know how to render them later on. In 3D 4, we continue with photogrammetry. So that's a new technique. Check it out on the web, because you have so many cameras, you get a photograph of one image, and then you have a basic mesh and also the basic textures that you can use later on as an element in 3D. What else is there? A little closer. Okay, animation 1, 2, 3, 4. Of course, I already explained it. In animation, well, 1, 2, 3, that's where you're really gonna train. And the 2, that's where the part where you learn about film, storyboards, 2D animatics, 3D blockouts. And then in animation 4, you will have small group projects, and there we're going to work with the motion capture pipeline. That means you get a funny suit on with lots of small balls in it, and there you can track your motion with all that data. What else do we have? 3D pipeline. What's a 3D pipeline? From a model to an animation to a rig. Just a simple, let's say all the basics that you know, okay, that's how a 3D pipeline works. We also have, I don't have my glasses, sculpting. Okay, that's really molding in 3D. That's really, as you are a sculptor indeed. And then we also, stylized, already talked about. And then we have the green ones, AMP fundamentals. Yes, you still have mod. If it has been a while with the mod, keep on being motivated, keep on following all the exercises, and you will pass that one. And why is it still there? We need it. We need it for procedural introduction. That's with Houdini. You will already see a little bit of Houdini. That's a certain software in AMP, Applied Modern Physics Fundamentals. And you also need these 2 bases to become a rigger. And a rigger is actually, yeah, the guy who really make the skeleton work to animate it. And then all the orange and all the red, what's that all about? Group projects or graduation work. That's all project work. At the end, we will mix for 10 weeks full-time, 5 students to create a film. But you've seen already some of those on the live stream. Alexander?
Hey. All right.
You also have a curriculum.
I have a curriculum, yes, luckily, otherwise this would be weird. Can I have the slide of my curriculum, the one with the black circumference? Next one, I think? No, next one. Yes, that's the one, perfect. Okay, so same build up of the curriculum. We have 180 ECTS credits to disperse over 3 years. All three of the years are split up into 6 semesters, and it's those 6 semesters that you see. First of all, across all the majors in DAE, we have one joint year that is the same for everybody, and that's the last year, in which you will do group projects and graduation work, as well as your internships. Now, I posted the curriculum of game development, which our curriculum of sound design draws heavily on, but makes a distinction of why. As a sound designer, competent sound designer in the industry, you need a certain amount of generalist programming skills if you want to make the difference. That's why we incorporated, at least in part, the same program as the game developers. You could call it like a game development light course or something. But where do we make the distinction then in terms of sound design? We want to have game development generalist with a specific skill set, and then we want sound design specialists. So there's 48 individual credits in our program. They are dispersed across the first 2 years. In the first year, you actually only get 12 ECTS credits worth of 2 courses on audio. What do we focus on in that first year? Predominantly linear productions. So basically audiovisual stuff and movie film. So basically on a linear track, we learn how to implement and synchronize professional sounding audio properly. The first course that is there is called Sound Design. Sound Design 1 is basically learning all about the theory of sound, music and audio from a biological perspective, psychological perspective, and predominantly technical perspective. The second semester course called Sound Design Project, that's after that you've seen the theory and that you learned how to operate your DAW. You basically go into project, VFX movie projects, and you montage all 5 of the domains, so the ambient, the sound effects, the music, the vocalizations on top of those movies. Then we go into the second year, semester 3 and semester 4, which have 3 courses per semester there. So that's basically where we do the meat and potatoes of our curriculum. First we have the Sound Design 2 and the Sound Design Project 2. It's pretty comparable to Sound Design 1, which we do in the first year, but with the distinction that now we go into engines, we go into middleware, and we go into non-linear production, aka the games. That's what we do in the Sound Design 1, 2 and the Sound Design Project 2. Then we have 3 specific breakout courses in which we focus on one of the domains very specifically, or 2 of the domains. So we have a complete course on sound effects. How do we make them? What is important to think about them when you are implementing them and programming them? We have a course that really focuses on recording techniques, in which we will tackle Foley and voice recordings. Then we have one last specific breakout course in which we look at ambience. How do we generate those? And because that was requested of the students in the minor that we did this year, we are going to go into some level of detail on music. The last course that is there is called Audio Lab, in which we basically are going to look into extended techniques. So possibly VR, procedural audio, doing more with in-engine. Basically, it's a course where we get informed by industry requests. We look at the forefront of what is technologically possible, and we try to implement it together with the students. Should be fun. Okay, that is it. That's that for the course. I'm going to ask my colleague, Dirk, to come back into the screen. Hi, social distance.
Yes, something like this. Yeah, okay. How will do they need specific things for your major?
I think they do.
Yes.
If you want to be a sound designer, it's pretty mandatory to have a decent pair of headphones, which will not be provided by the course, but we will make a list of which one to choose from. And you will need an audio interface, what we call a sound card, which can handle at least 2 inputs, 2 outputs, that is phantom power enabled. There will be a list on the website of the ones we recommend you buy, those will vary from, let's say, the 80 euro mark up until the 150. Everything that goes over that amount of money is basically overdoing it, because you will have access to the Studio 51 5.1 studio that we have over in the Music Center track. So basically the study cost of audio specific materials will be around the 200 euro mark. Do they need special stuff for you, Dirk?
A Wacom would be nice. Of course, they always have this computer, this laptop, of course, from the ones that we provide from our laptop project, or something with the similar specifications. Specs, yeah. And a Wacom could be nice. You can start with a very easy, well, very simple Wacom in the first year, but if you really, really, really enjoy painting in 2D and Photoshop and things like that, they usually buy then a bigger one, or they start immediately with the bigger one. Sometimes they already in a they already did some studies where they had a Wacom, great, of course. And usually in the second year, for those who are really, really love this world, I mean this world of 3D animation, of digital content, of digital arts entertainment, they usually buy desktop, but no specific other things that they really might need. Okay?
Rock and roll.
Rock and roll indeed, yeah.
I think that's pretty much it in terms of what we had to discuss and what we wanted to impart as wisdom to you.
Yes, I think we still have some time for a little clip to show. I mean, I was already talking about those group projects. That's really the apotheose at the end of your studies, first semester, third year. And then we put them all together with all of their skills. So we always work together with the VFX major. So you have 3D animation, VFX. That's how we separated, because once it was together, but now the VFX have more VFX, and now we have more animation. So at the end we put them together, and it's pada. Of course. You've seen them already during the live stream, the clips, but I would like to share with you a making of how it all happened. Okay, I hope you can hear me now. So what is this? This is the making of, as I mentioned before, from that Nightshift thing. A night at the museum, let's say. Those students, do we really teach this here? No, we don't. But those students were completely fascinated by a 2D real, let's say a real 3D, three-dimensional model, and let's add extra 3D characters in it. Let's do also the light in it, special effects, but actually not the special effects or the visual effects, it were really practical effects. They also, they used the Green Key Studio as a studio to build up their maquette. It's a brilliant maquette, and at the end, the way it is mixed with the 3D character in it, that's not something that we ask for everyone, but please, if you're only here for 3 years and you would really like to produce something like that, yes, you can. But when they started actually in the 1st of August, as I remembered from those guys. They really had something at the end of June, at the end of the second year, they decided, okay, what are we going to do? We're going to do this, we're going to do that. Okay, let's sit together. And somewhere in the middle of their vacation, they just started out. At the end of this clip, you've already seen it during the live stream, I don't know, you will see that the animation is not well positioned, or there are still some mistakes in the animation. Even though they already started this early, they couldn't finish it, because this was really, really, really a very ambitious project. So, this is the end. Here you see all the different steps, from animation to the Z-depth, the crypto, the CGI on top of it, and then the final scene. And here's another one, also cell to cell, you've already seen it also. Something that's a typical project again with the industry. With, well, let's say the University of Ghent came over from the research of heart diseases, and it was about cell to cell with all these unfortunate athletes who died of sudden cardiac arrest. And they asked us, can you make us something? And this is what we created. I mean, this is behind the scenes because it's always interesting to see this also. That's a good advice I can give you. Every time you are looking at a certain film and the story isn't that great, look afterwards at the behind the scenes, the VFX breakdown, and you'll see lots of better stuff. So this is basically it for us, I guess. Yeah, I think
We're now going to the chat.
we are going back to the chat. You can meet us again at the chat. So we'll be back with you, I guess, when
12:30.
at 12:30. Then we do. This was our rehearsal. Then we do one for pro. Bye.
All right, see you then.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our student panel. As said in the chat, you can drop your questions here. We also prepared some questions for our students. I will keep an eye on the chat for the questions. And Sandra, the floor is yours.
Hello, I'm Sandra. I'm part of the global community team. So let's firstly all briefly introduce ourselves. So these are our great students that took the time to help us to
As
answer
said
your
in the
questions.
chat, you
So
can
I will
drop
let
your
them
questions
first
here. We
introduce
also prepared some
themselves,
questions
and
for
then
our students.
I will ask a few questions.
I will
But
keep
in
an
the
eye on the chat
meantime,
for
if
the
you have
questions.
questions,
And
please forward them
Sandra,
to
the
our
floor is
panel.
yours.
Hello, I'm
And
Sandra.
I'm
I'm part
Quentin.
of the
I'm
global
second year
community
game
team.
dev, and I'm from Belgium.
Hi, my name is Amber. I'm a second year game graphics production student, and I'm from Belgium, and I'm 19 years old.
Hello, I'm Dan. I'm also second year, but I'm from independent games production course, and I'm 22 years old.
I'm Nakisa. I'm from Germany, and I'm also a second year student from game development.
I'm Zara. I'm 21 years old. I'm a second year VFX student and I'm from Belgium.
Okay, so let's start with a few questions. I don't see any questions already in the panel. So, Quentin, what does your day look like for a DAE student?
Depending on your schedule, you'll have class
I'm
in the morning or
Zara.
the afternoon.
I'm 21 years old.
And
I'm a
then
second
most
year
of the time you have
VFX
half a day
student
off.
and
then you can work on your assignments. Although in the first year you have a bit more theory classes, so that's not always the case. And then in the evening, there's various sport activities hosted by students themselves. For example, the workout on Monday and Wednesday, and the Zumba class on Tuesday. And then on Thursday evening, we have the study night, where people all get together to either work on their assignments or they socialize at the bar.
Okay. Amber, how important is having the community support at DAE? Can you tell us more about it?
Yeah, I actually think it's very important. It kind of decides if you pass or fail, because you really need to surround yourself with your peers. They're able to help you and give you feedback, because we all went through the same things. We're all making the same assignments. So if they made a mistake and they see you're about to make the same mistake, they can tell you like, hey, this is the solution, so that you don't waste time. And they also just help you in feeling better, because we're all going through the same struggles, and I think it's really important to surround yourself. You can't do DAE on your own.
Yeah. So next question, what is the importance of planning in DAE, Dan?
Because of the high workload, I think planning is one of the most important things at DAE, because first off, you need to do all your work, and it's a lot of work. And then you also need to do some sports to be healthy, maybe socialize a bit with your friends. So to get all those things managed, I think planning is one of the most important things. But if you're not that good at planning, DAE or hosts planning courses which can improve your planning, and you can also help others with planning. So if you're not that good at it, you can be better.
Okay, I see one question in the chat. It's from Superbro2211. What would you say is the most difficult part of your directions? I'm mainly looking into IGP. So I guess, Dan, that's a question for you.
For me, the most difficult thing was not the difficulty of the courses, because for me it was rather not that difficult, but just all the immense workload, and to stay positive and to keep working every day is the most difficult thing for me, because it is not that difficult, but it's a lot of work. Even in the weekends, I'm working a lot of hours for assignments. So be prepared to work a lot of hours if you're going to DAE.
All right,
Yeah.
there's another question. It's about the online lessons, if they're any good. Verena Sean, she's concerned that as a new student, it could be hard to understand everything online. For you guys, this is also quite new. But how has it been going? Anyone who wants to give an insight, Anders? Or
Sure, yeah. I think a lot of teachers are really trying their best to make it feel as most of a normal class, so they're just giving live sessions. There's also teachers that do some videos that are pre-recorded, and I think the online classes are going quite okay if their planning is correct and everything works well, because you can even re-watch the videos and you can pause them if you think the teacher is going too fast. You just pause it and watch it at your own pace. So I think it's very doable. It's you kind of have to adapt, but I think it's okay.
Okay, we have another question from I guess it's Jana Tosheva. Do you have many exchange students? How are they integrated into the regular student society at Ho West? So do you guys know any Erasmus students that we have at DAE?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And do they fit well in the curriculum? Can anybody give us a
Oh yeah. Can't do without. Can't do without.
we have also like a buddy program. So if you're an exchange student and you feel like you're not into the community, there's a buddy program where local students can like group with exchange students, and they can show around Kortrijk and tell them all about the happening in the life of the students at DAE. So you would be really quickly going into the lifestyle of the DAE students as well with the buddy program.
That buddy program, to give a brief explanation, is also for a new international student. So every international student that comes to DAE, they get a buddy, a local buddy, which might be an international, but doesn't have to be, to get acquainted with DAE and the curriculum. I see another question from Raccoon Fart. So I study storyboarding, illustration at the moment. I was wondering what the best course would be if I want to find a job in the visual dev production, pre-production, and the animation film industry. So,
I think you should take a look at the 3D animation one.
Yes,
this is more a question I suggest in the description. There's links to chat pages. I would go ask all your questions there to have more specific answer. But I think 3D animation or VFX is your way to go. I think then Niels de Lange also has a question. What is the major difference between game development and independent game production? So Dan and who's game development again? Yeah.
Quentin.
Quentin.
I think the main thing we have in common is that we're both majors are for a big part coders, although the game devs are only coders, and even though we also get a bit of the art side, the IGPs get more from that, so they have an all-round package of skills, and they also dive really deep into Unity, I think, if that's correct.
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
While game devs in first year, you mainly learn just C++ and code before you dive into engines.
I think the main difference there is the point where you will work later on, because when you work independently, you usually won't work with C++ unless you work with Unreal Code. That's the difference between independent and game development, because we are prepared to work for, let's say, major companies that have their own game engines, and they are all based on C++, while if you work, for example, with Unity, you won't work with C++, and that's why IGP gets mostly C#, and we get mostly C++. But it's not the biggest difference in the world.
Yeah, okay.
So Lucas asks if the lessons are always in English. No, it depends on which one you choose. We have an English and a Dutch curriculum. So if you go for the Dutch curriculum, they will obviously be in Dutch. So if you're not sure about your English, there's always the Dutch option. But maybe people, well, I assume most of you do the English curriculum except that.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
that? Okay.
Yeah,
What is your opinion about the whole Dutch English thing?
For me, there wasn't really a choice, because this year there wasn't an English course for independent game production. But I think next year there will be one, or maybe the year after.
Yeah, normally there should.
So I would prefer an English course, because there are also English lessons. If you're not that good in English, you can work on that. And I prefer English because if you then have an English course, you can also improve your English while improving your skills from the courses. So I think it's a win-win situation.
All right. And Zara, why did you choose Dutch over English? Or
I chose Dutch because I had some difficulties with math and programming, so I can understand them better. But now I know that English, you can just ask questions in Dutch too. So actually, there's not much difference. But now in my second year, I have some lessons in English because we're combined. But I think that's really fun because then you get to know new people and stuff.
all right.
I think so. Also, sorry,
Yeah,
some of the theory. I mean, I don't. I think it depends on the teachers, but some of the theory and the materials you get are all in English.
yes,
Yeah.
that is
That's at
true.
least what I heard.
But there's always the option if you don't understand to ask teachers.
Yeah.
I don't know. Of course, I am a teacher here. It's quite weird for me to say like we're very nice, but I don't know what your opinion
Yeah.
is on that.
No, that's
You
true.
are. It's fine.
Very approachable.
We're
Yeah.
Okay, Thibaut asks if you can start in the Dutch curriculum and go to the English curriculum later on, like from second year. That is possible to switch. I did that
Yes.
actually. In my second year, I switched to the English because I don't know, it seemed like a better choice as well because, like Rick said in his opening speech, a lot of the industry, even if it's in Belgium, is in English because it's so international.
Also, when you have a Dutch course, a lot of words are in English, so it's like
Yeah.
an English-Dutch course because you use that much language of the English words. So yeah.
But don't worry
I
if your English
actually.
isn't that good. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead, Amber.
Oh, sorry, yeah. I actually chose for the English course because I knew it would have way more international students, obviously. They can't really do the Dutch courses. And I really like surrounding myself with international students because they're mainly more motivated because they had to go through an entire procedure to get there. So I really like hanging out with them because they motivate me. And it's kind of this like healthy competition between who's going to be the best at what course. So that's why I chose English.
So we have another question from Verena Sean. How hard is it to find a flat to live near campus? Who lives in a flat in Kortrijk? Nakisa, can you explain more how hard it was for you?
So it generally depends. One thing that's different in Belgium than it is in Germany is that students apparently, I mean, there is a difference between student flats and regular flats. I live in basically in a regular apartment with another other student. And I think it's not usual for students to live in privately owned flats. So for us, it wasn't a big struggle, but I mean, I think there is some law-related differences. But generally, for us, we at first lived with a group of 6 people together in a flat, which was generally nice, but the flat was not that nice. So some of the landlords are. So you have to be careful because some of the landlords are just looking for easy money, essentially. It's of course not all of them. For us right now, we're really lucky because we have found a nice flat, which is rather cheap. We're paying around 400 euros per month for everything. So that includes high-speed internet and electricity and so on. But yeah, I mean, so I also am very lucky that I'm really close to DAE. I live around maybe 10 minutes by bike away. But it's also a nice thing about Kortrijk. It's not a large city, so even if you get a place further away from DAE, it's only maximum 20 minutes by bike or 25 maybe. But
Yeah,
that's
20
also,
is already a stretch, I think.
yeah, I think that's generally the thing about a city like Kortrijk. If you have a bike, you're close to everything. And
That is true.
20 minutes away is probably not
Are
a
there
Kortrijk
people who
anymore.
have a dorm?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, me.
Yeah,
There you
Dara
go.
and I are in the same
Yeah.
dorm.
Yeah.
We're in the street of the level itself, so we literally live like 5 houses away from school, which is amazing.
Yeah.
You can wake up 5
That's
minutes
my dream.
before your class.
All right, Lizard asks what the average age is of the students. I think that's a hard question, but
Yeah.
I think most people studied something before this, like not most,
Yeah.
but quite a lot. Because I always, if I say my age, I always happen to be the youngest in the group. And I just studied from high school. I just went straight into DAE. So I think a lot of people are a bit older than that, but just begin 20s, I guess.
I think it's mixed. I think it's
Yeah.
But
like
do
we have also
you
people in high school, but you also have people that studied something else and decided to switch.
but do you notice a difference?
No.
Not really.
I don't.
No.
There you go.
we're all kind of the same sort of people.
Yeah.
That's
We all have the same interests.
Yeah.
Have you
So
talked about the study night yet?
not yet.
Briefly,
That
Maybe.
might be a very interesting concept to explain.
Yes. So
So-
one of the study night team members are Amber and Quinton, and they can explain you more about what study night is and where to find it.
You can go ahead, Quinton. I'll
Sure.
join in if it's
So the study night is our weekly social event on Thursday evening at the level. Most of the times we keep it simple. There's drinks at the bar. We open up rooms where people can study, and sometimes we organize some feedback sessions or workshops about stuff that we notice students find interesting. But there's also special editions, for example, with Halloween and Christmas, like right before the holidays. We try to do a special one. Sometimes there's cosplay contests or there's movie nights or whatever. And then
Nerf
we
guns.
have
Yeah,
we
Nerf
have
gun fight.
one really cool one right before the summer normally with Nerf gun battles and sword fighting and everything you could ever wish for. So it's like one of the best things ever.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you said it all. It's just one night in the week where we, as students, organize one night for each other where we can work together and do some fun stuff.
Yes, all right. Hi, question about the new sound design course. I'm currently a last year student in sound at RITS in Brussels. How many differences can I find between both courses? I think Dark Castle Sound. I would redirect you to the links in the description to ask more specific questions to Alexander. He can really help you with that. For a group of international students, is it likely possible to rent an actual house together as a group of 4? I've been looking on housing websites and an option to rent a house is there. I think it is possible, but one of you has to have their domicile there. So one of you actually has to have his address there.
Yeah, but if you're an international student, you have to register anyway.
Yeah.
So then they have to put it.
I think it should be possible, and it's actually a very good option because it might be cheaper in the end.
Yeah. And nicer if you are people that you know or you get to know and find very nice people to actually live with.
For Dutch people, I think you can, but one of you actually has to live there. You always need somebody to live there, have their address fixed there.
Yeah. And also the more bigger problem that you will actually go into is actually the people who rent it out to you, to have them basically be okay that you're students and that they know that you will pay. You probably will have to have a parent or someone with income be as kind of a person that will sign off that you will pay rent every month. I think that's the bigger question.
That's how it is for us here.
Yeah.
So basically, we are not technically the tenants. We are in the contract as the people that live here, and both our parents are the actual tenants of our apartment.
Yeah, as a student, you don't have an income, so that's very normal.
There's another question. I have a specific question, but I would really like to have an answer. Do I learn how to make Minecraft? Maybe some
Technically,
of you.
yes.
Yeah, that.
I mean, you will definitely be able to create a game like Minecraft. Of course, creating the current version of Minecraft took, I can't assume, but I'm gonna guess several hundreds of hours of work spread amongst a lot of people. So you will probably take a lot of time. But technically, so the abilities, since Minecraft is a rather simple game, to be honest, yes, 100%, even probably after the first year.
Yeah. But what is the difference between making and playing games? That's maybe a very.
For me, because I study independent game production, so we are we're visioned on really making games. When I now play other games, I have like the odd ability to look at textures and look at models and like when you now play games, you look at other things when you normally play games, because you look at things, you're like, that's pretty done, or maybe I can copy some things of this. So you play a bit differently, but it's not that I don't enjoy games anymore. I really enjoy them still. But you look at other things than when you firstly played games. Normally,
Yeah,
when you
it's
play a
different.
shooter. Oh, sorry. You can. Yeah. Normally, when you play a
Go
shooter,
ahead.
you just run through the building, and now when you play the shooter, you stop and you walk and you look at the models and you look at other things than when you just play a shooter game.
That is very true.
It's,
Yes.
Yeah.
But if the games are done nicely, you admire it and
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
they aspire
Yeah.
to become
Yeah.
as
you
great.
can still play them, but it's way different from before.
I think
Are
it's
you?
always. Sorry.
Oh no, sorry. Keep answering.
I want to say I think it's whenever you learn a profession, you always look at the things your profession creates very differently. So yeah, I think I would agree with Dan, especially as on the aspects of programming. When you see bad AI, you're like, oh yeah, I see what they've done there.
Yeah.
But also another thing which is very interesting, I personally played a lot of games before I started making games, and now it has switched. That I still enjoy very much playing games, but I rarely have the time. However, you start playing your own games a lot because you need to do testing, and that's where your way of playing games actually changes a lot. So you don't just play for the joy of it, but you play for finding bugs and seeing if it's fun, and yeah,
Alright.
it changes definitely.
There's a lot of questions coming in. Verena asks if you are given the needed programs for the lessons or if you have to pay them by yourself. We have a package you can buy as a student. You have to buy it because otherwise you can study here.
It's part of the enrollment.
It's part of the admission fee. So you get the programs you need. Don't worry about that. Somebody also asked how common French is in the city. It's still West Flanders, so there's still a lot of Dutch here, but I think some people do speak French here.
It's very
You
close
hear
to
it
the
quite
French
a lot.
border.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very close to the French border. So a lot of people here in West Flanders do, like in Kortrijk, do speak French, and there's a lot of French tourists coming in from France. So if you're from France or if you speak French, you can definitely communicate in Kortrijk, I think.
Yeah. Also, somebody asks, maybe for our game dev students, if you had the coding background before you started, or did you start from scratch?
I had a background. I already did something very similar to DAE, but not in the same quality.
But if you if you didn't learn coding, would that have been a problem? If you didn't know any coding?
I don't have a real coding background from before DAE, and I think I'm doing pretty fine comparing to where I came from.
Right, so it is
I think
possible.
it depends on your work ethics, mostly.
There are also some courses at the end of the summer holiday where if you think you're not qualified enough or you don't have enough background, you can do some take-in courses for programming, for modeling, where you can have like a head start for the first year.
Introductory courses there at the beginning of September.
All right. Also, somebody will ask if you have a lot of time to work on your personal project or not.
Technically, I mean, so I personally like to work on stuff during the actual holidays, so like in summer.
Yeah.
But other than that,
if you have all your courses, I think it's very difficult. If you have all your courses, you don't really have that much time at all. But if you decide if you want to prioritize personal work, there's always an option to split up your years so you have more free time. That's an option.
All right. Also, somebody who asks if all classes are required to follow in Kortrijk or if there's live streams. To be honest, normally we would have all our classes here, of course. But with the current situation, we're doing live streams and online sessions, but we don't know what the future will bring. But normally you have to take all your classes here. Let me see.
Okay, interesting question. How many hours a week do you usually spend studying? Who can answer that?
So
I think if we all, if we all
We can
go,
all, yeah.
Yeah, you can all say how much time you spend on
Yes.
every course.
A lot.
On all the courses.
So who starts?
So per week,
Yeah.
how much time do you spend?
Oh,
Me?
Amber?
I spend around an average of 65 to 70 hours because 50 is not enough for me just because I work a little bit slower and I'm a perfectionist. So I do work almost 10 hours a day, but that's more than average, I think. Not sure.
Does that include classes as well?
Yeah, of course.
So
Yeah. It doesn't
including your
include the
classes
25 hours,
and
of course.
after classes work.
Yeah.
Okay, Dan, how much do you work?
I was also thinking like around 70 hours, and then even if you have some personal projects, you can rack that up to like 80, 90 hours. But I heard from someone that going to DAE is learning to sleep less. So
We do
you-
not encourage that, by the way.
so yeah, I would also think like 70, 75 hours a week, generally, yeah.
Yeah, Nakisa, how much do you spend a week?
I think it's very, very similar. So technically 10 hours per course are the planned time, and on average you spend 4 to 6 hours, or sometimes only 2, depending on the course, in class, which is very valuable time. But yeah, I mean, especially for programming, technically 6 hours additionally per course would be enough. But if you're stuck on something, or if you want to do something properly, or if you want to understand something better, or if you're working on a project especially, it's very easy to spend more time.
But do you like working? That's maybe
Of
also.
course, you have to. Yeah, that's maybe a general thing. If you cannot like to work, it will become a chore and it will burn you out for sure.
Yeah.
Quentin, what about you?
Yeah, I think I'm somewhere around the same amount as well, but it also depends on time of year. Like now I'm working more hours because we're nearing the exams than like right after the holidays. So it also depends a little.
And Zara?
Yeah, I work like similar, like 70 hours a week. But if you don't know how to split up your hours, they set some hours to each project so you can like see how much you're working on it and how much they expect you to work on it. So yeah, it's a
All
bit.
right.
I think we have to wrap up soon.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask one more question. There's still a lot of questions for the people who are still asking questions in the chat. Down below under the video, there's links to a Discord and some chat boxes where you can ask even more questions to the teachers, so they can actually really help you as well. We're gonna do another student panel later today. So now, after this panel, we're going to show some student projects. You will, from the second and third years, maybe some of the students here worked on that, probably. And maybe one last question. Okay, there's a question if like you get a lot of feedback from the teachers or on your assignments. Especially the art
Mainly in the
courses.
art courses.
Yeah.
So Amber or Zara, you're more art focused?
Definitely, you can't do without feedback. They organize specific feedback sessions. You can always email them. Sometimes email my teachers at 3 o'clock at night and they still answer within that minute. They really are open for, they're really open for feedback at any given time. So yes.
Yeah, and students too. You can ask students for feedback to anyone.
All right. Thank you guys for this.
Thank you all.
No problem.
You are amazing.
Thank
Some of you we will see later
miss
on.
all of you as well.
Yeah.
We miss you too. I really
To
miss
all
it.
the students watching, we all really miss you, and we hope that this is over soon and we see each other again.
All right.
Okay. Bye.
Right.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
People in town got together, gathered around the old tree, Children rose to the tips of the toes as everyone wanted to see. People in town got together, gathered around the old tree. Children arose to the tips of the toes as everyone wanted to see.
Yakatobine. Pull up and wine. Yeah. Yakatobine. Would you pull up and wine?
Authorized life form detected.
Hello, welcome to the Info Day for Digital Arts and Entertainment. My name is Rick, I'm the academic director of this curriculum. And yeah, usually this is the place where we welcome you during an Info Day. Now it's via live stream. But anyway, I think we've set up a complete program for you today so that you won't miss any piece of information regarding our wonderful curriculum. There's a few things I first would like to say regarding the format of this Info Day. So like you're now here watching this live stream. After this live stream, on the digitalartsandentertainment.be website, you have a general introduction movie describing the typical DAE profile that we educate, and then have for each of our 6 majors, you have a separate short introduction movie. After watching these movies, you should already get a feel what kind of major has your preference. Then you can click through to the specific curriculum and then dive into each course. You can really go onto the level of specific student assignments. There's a lot of information there so that you should be learning very quickly what you will learn, how the classes will look like, and what you will have to do if you choose to study a specific major. If, after going through all that information online, you have specific questions, then you also have in the Chat with Us link, you can be directed to each separate major staff with the DAE General team, with the DAE Global team, with the study track counseling, if you have already studied something else and you want to switch degrees. But for each separate set of questions, you will have one of my staff teams available for questions. The questions can be asked either in a Microsoft Teams chat environment or in a Discord environment, which I think a lot of you will already know, or if you have personal things, one-to-one things that you really want to, that you don't want to ask in a chat environment, you can send us an email with your personal questions and then we'll get back to you via email. So basically, every kind of question should be able to be answered, but the global idea is, first, please do your homework, go through the website, because DAE is not the typical education to study. So first, make sure that you're informed, watch the movies, read through the website, examine some student project, and then maybe check also if your question isn't already being answered in our frequently asked questions section, which is also linked from the digitalartsandentertainment.be website. Yeah? So first inform yourself and then contact us for questions. Okay? Unless the zombie apocalypse breaks loose, or World War III starts, or the internet goes down, but we should be able to get in touch with you and answer all your possible questions. Yeah? If some chat channels would fill up, like some are already pretty busy at the moment, and you feel like there's a waiting line in order to be able to ask your question, then you can always come back to this live stream. There's non-stop activity here going on. This live stream is also the only place where you will have the chance to go in interaction with students. We think it's really important, if you choose to study DAE, before you make the decision, to check with some of our students who are already doing it and are doing a good job at it, that you check with them how life and how the experiences are to study DAE. The reason why we think this is so important, because DAE is not the average curriculum. If you're here, it means you're interested in making content for the entertainment industry. And I stress the element making content. So we educate people for the international entertainment industry, which is games and movies. But playing games and watching movies is not what we're doing. We're constantly working behind the screens. We're in the production environment. For all the parents out there who might be wondering if entertainment business is a serious business, I can assure you, yes it is. It's one of the biggest industries out there. The game industry alone is bigger than audio and film combined in terms of turnover. So it is a huge industry. There's a lot of employment, and even now in this COVID-19 lockdown scenario, the global turnover of the game industry is rising. So we're even lockdown resistant as a sector. We're a very agile digital industry. But if you're familiar with entertainment and you like to watch those fancy fantasy sci-fi movies, or you want to play all the latest games, if you pay 60 euros for a PS4 game, as a gamer, as a consumer, you want the game to be perfect. You don't want to pay money for a mediocre game. If you go to the movies and the effects are blurry or not correct on the screen, you won't be happy with the result as a customer. And that's the global idea that you have to keep in mind if you're interested in studying DAE. This is what you choose for. You choose to produce content for one of the most critical audiences out there, and that's you as customers, you as gamers, you as film freaks, because the internet is full of flame wars when there's a bug in a game that has not been solved and not being taken care of quickly enough and things like that. All of the discussions out there blaming the developers and things like that. This is what you choose for if you want to study DAE. So you're not here to get your degree. Getting your degree, getting your diploma is a side effect of studying DAE. If you want to come study with us, it means that you want to become really good at something. Just being happy with graduating with an 11 or 12 out of 20 for all your courses won't get you a job in our industry. The industry is looking for people that are passionate and are good at certain skills. So we want students who want to be good, not mediocre. It's like I often compare DAE like if you want to become a top sporter, like if you want to play soccer in Champions League, you have to start at the bottom and work yourself up. The road to the top is a tough one. It's a road that is based on working your ass off. That's one of the main concepts of DAE. Without just plain hard work and dedication, you won't make it to where we want to get it, where we want to get you as students. So our goal as a staff is to turn the students into the best version of themselves that they possibly can be, because that will give them the best chance of finding a job in our industry. Our industry is full of talented, wacko, passionate, dedicated people. And these are all very important keywords for a DAE student. If you're not passionate about what you're doing, if you don't like to spend long hours behind your computer drawing, coding, finding that one bug that keeps your program from crashing, if you're not dedicated to just make it work or make your work good enough and constantly better and better and better, then you won't like us as a degree. It's either you do DAE or you don't do it. You can't do it somewhere in the middle. And that, specifically for 18-year-old students, is a big challenge. So we're basically asking a lot of our students, but we give a lot back. We have a very dedicated staff, a very passionate staff available. I'm not going to say that they're day and night available, but sometimes it's close to that. Remember, there's a very interesting speech out there by Arnold Schwarzenegger. If you want to get somewhere, if you want to be successful in life, if you want to achieve your personal goals, just work your ass off. And working your ass off for us, that means an average working week for a student is, like we measure it every year, is between 50 and 55 hours a day. That means some students work more than 55 hours, others work less. The funny thing about DAE is that the good students are the ones working more than 55 hours a day, because they realized and they learned, okay, the only way for me to become better is by just practicing more. That's the competition of becoming the competition with yourself, the competition to become as good as you possibly can be. But 55 hours, so the basic principle that we do in order to make it through DAE, for each hour that we with our staff spend with you, we expect you to spend at least 1 hour at home. So like you have 24, 25 hours of class a week. So we expect you to spend at least 25 hours at home practicing, learning, drawing, coding, modeling, no matter what course it is. And that's basically student life. But the best people to be able to explain you how life in DAE is are the students. And that's why we, later on this afternoon, we present you with some of our national and international students. This talk is in English, although we're a Flemish-based education institution. This talk is in English because we have 1,200 students. Of those 1,200 students, over 200, I think close to 230 of them are international students. So we attract students from all around the world. You don't have to study DAE if you're not thinking globally, if you dream of finding a job within 50 kilometers from the place where you were born. Our place, our market, our target audience is the world. We educate you with a skill set that enables you to go almost anywhere you want, and there will always be companies that are looking out for profiles like you. So don't limit yourself to Flanders, because it's not our playground. Our playground is the world. That's a very important thing to know. You can choose to do the curriculum in Dutch or in English, and content-wise they're completely equivalent. But every working environment in our sector is an international working environment. Even the Belgium-based companies, film production houses or game companies, are mostly talking in English with each other because they have customers, they have publishers, they have support contracts for the software that they're using to develop games, for instance, which is almost never available in Dutch. So we use a lot of software that is not even available in Dutch. So English is the main language. We have non-Dutch speaking teachers. So this is an important thing to realize. The level where I'm here now is an international environment, is an international community, which makes it fun and interesting. I think that's a huge advantage on top of your studies, that you will be submerged into this mixture, I think, of over 30 different cultures and nationalities at the moment. Something you're not getting if you follow a strictly Dutch taught course. Yeah? So to wrap things up, content for to decide on your study choice, the main base is the digitalartsandentertainment.be website. Go through the videos, click onwards to the specific curricula that you're interested in, read through the course descriptions. If you have specific questions, go to the chat page and then get in touch with the majors of your choice. If you still have general questions on the DAE general chat, I will be available with some of my colleagues. For international students, if you have questions regarding getting here, how you will be welcomed, how integration here in Belgium works, we have the DAE global team available. If you already studied something else and you want to learn about exemptions or something like that that you can apply for, there's the study track counselors available for you. But in general, I wish you the best of luck with your study choice. I can only testify from my point of view. Being in charge of this curriculum is just one of the best jobs you can have, because there's only passionate people here. The students who like us are passionate. The ones who are not passionate usually don't like us that much. But that's our DAE story. We are aimed at quality, and we want people to push to get the best out of them. So good luck with making the best study choice, and hopefully we'll see each other face to face in real life during the next academic year. Thanks.
It's super amazing. I was so stoked because I was one of the contribution of it, and it's making me feel like, wow, I did something. It really boosts my confidence in my works.
It's a good feeling, it's exciting, it's cool to know that you're part of it.
Yeah, I'm really happy about that. It's an honor, to be honest. That extra thing, just my work on the trophy, and it's a really nice trophy, and it's just, yeah, it's a really nice feeling.
It's good, it was exciting. because it was something different. It was feedback from other people than just your teachers or your friends.
It was kind of special, so to say. I placed all my work on there, and I definitely got some good feedback. I talked with some people.
There's definitely like a technicality with which we learn. If you graduate from DAE, you will be on point with your technical knowledge of your software and of computers. You will know what's happening, and that is a thing that the industry really requires of you. Everything about it is made to prepare you for the industry.
I really love the environment here. It's really open and friendly. I really like the teachers here. They really like friendly, and you can come up to them and ask anything and they will find it, and everyone is helping each other. It's feel like everyone is growing, so I really love it.
It does not feel like a school. You learn a lot, you learn a lot of stuff really fast, and you really grow in like 3 years, 3 to 4 years. But you just enter the school and you really get this warm feeling of people trying to help each other, and it's incredible to say it's like the best 3 years I've had.
If it's your thing, I would absolutely recommend DAE. Certainly at this moment, I don't think there's really a better place to go.
Oh. Social distancing, social distancing. It's a virtual info day due to Corona, but we're not virtual, right? Hi,
No,
Alexander, how are you doing?
Hey, hi Dirk. I'm fine. So, Dirk, want to tell the people who you are?
My name is Dirk Lambrecht, and I'm the coordinator for the brand new major 3D animation.
And I am Alexander de Weppe. I am the coordinator of the brand new sound design major for the DAE school. Hi.
So, a little brief history. We started 2006, probably heard it already today, with 176 people. Now we passed plus 1,200 last year, and then we really decided, okay, from 4 majors, let's continue into 6 majors. 3D production and VFX at the moment is still a mixed major with animation and visual effects. Now it's split up. And another major is brand new, that's yours, right?
That's mine, that's the major of sound design. How did we come to the idea of doing a sound design major? Basically, we got requests from 3 different parties. One was the industry itself. They want people to be more proficient in the programming of non-linear content, basically implement audio into games by use of either the engines themselves, the audio engines in the game engines, or by use of middleware. We had a very strenuous request by the DAE staff. Basically, the Master Chief has been complaining about the fact that we have these visually stunning graduation projects, and then there is, like, in most cases, license-free music put underneath those, and it really takes away from the visual brilliance of it. So we want to amp up the projects to 11 by having them also feature kick-ass sound. And then we had over the last few years, we had some requests from students who basically requested some workshops to hone their audio skills, their audio chops, so that they could integrate them in their audiovisual or game projects. And basically those 3 requests together spurred on the idea of maybe we need to do something in the broad sound design field.
It's necessary, isn't it? Well, for the same for us. We were afraid in the beginning to just go with a VFX program or a 3D animation program, so we mix it together, as I've said before, but now the industry is asking for animators. Before we had the minors in it, so a minor of like 2 semesters, 48, 96 hours in a year, that's basically nothing, and the feedback from the industry was, they know about the buttons, they know how to adapt to any other software than the ones we give. For us it's in Maya, but they could adapt on any software. But the thing was, they couldn't animate. I mean, yes, they could animate, but not at a certain degree, at a certain level. And training is all about practicing and more exercising, and that's how we came up now with this major. Yep.
We started out with, as I said, the workshops, which were applauded. They were liked by a lot of the students here. It spurred on the idea of doing a joint project here in the city of Kortrijk together with some of the cultural creative partners that we have, internationally renowned bands, some cultural organizations, basically some concert venues, and the organizations that organize the concerts there. We did a joint program called Audio for Games, which spurred on from the start of this academic year, so September 2019, basically the audio minor. We did 4 courses, or we are currently in the process of completing the 4 first courses ever done at Digital Arts and Entertainment on audio. And actually we, over the course of the year, immediately noticed there is, we have not enough hours, not enough ECTS credits to cover the whole thing. So we have to elaborate this and turn this into a full-blown major, which we are rolling out as from next academic year.
Same with this one.
Hey Dirk, who are we catering for? Who is this for?
Who are we catering towards? Well, 3D animation students, the craftsmen. The craftsman. Is it now specifically for games? It's specifically for film. It's a little more related to film because you have the real linear animation, the 12 principles of animation, and in games, if you want to implement it in games, it's more a job for the programmers. But if you can animate in a very, very high level, then you can be everywhere. And it goes from the very beginning, from the pre-production till the final post-production. That means you will start with, you will, at the same time you will learn about animation, you will learn how where all the buttons are in Maya, and very soon the exercises will be there. And then at the same time you will also have pre-production. In one course you will have, you will learn about perspective, you will learn about composition, color, shading, all those things, because very necessary skills to learn to design. And on the other hand, you also have character design. So that means that you also have anatomy, and that's all the basics that you need to start as an animator. So that's drawing, and out of these you can start with storyboards. Storyboards, you put them on the timeline, you have 2D animatics, then you have 3D blockouts. That's kind of the pre-production pipeline, and then we continue in the production pipeline, where we have character animation, where we have creature animation, where we have quadruplets, we have dialogues, lip sync, things like that, to really become very good character animator. That's for those people. Do you still have math? That's always a question we get. Yes, you do, but we had to skip the programming courses because otherwise we couldn't fill in this one. Okay. Yes, and what about you?
Who am I catering for? Bert, can I have a slide? That's not mine.
That's mine.
not gonna
okay,
present that one.
I'm going away.
All right, so who are we catering for? We want students to learn how to create audio at a professional level, and we want students to know how to deliver for games and for film, professional level audio in a compliant way to the industry. So the focus is on programming skills, and we're really a technical artist profile. Who are we, in a sense, not catering for people who want to hone their compository skills, who want to become composers, who want to be musicians, sound engineers who want to be behind the mixing board. There's really a lot of more artistic programs for you to follow. In that case, we really want to cater for the programming, for the film, and for the games industry. That's why when we envisioned this program, we have five domains, and we have a set of competences which we cleared out relatively well. Those domains on which we are working are sound effects. We're going to teach you how to do proper voice recording and Foley recording. We're creating ambience, and we're doing music. What are the competences in succession that we want to work on? We want you to be able to properly capture sound, which is what it all starts with, but then also edit the sounds that you captured, process them, a little bit about mix down and mastering. And then, especially where we put the strong suit of this curriculum, we want you to be able to integrate your sounds or your sound complexes seamlessly into video, and we want you to be able to implement directly into the games by use of either the audio engines of the games or the middleware. Aside from that, we're working on spatialization, and we teach you how to deliver properly to the industry. Hey Dirk, don't run away. What does your curriculum look like?
Slide, please. Yes, this is my curriculum. Yeah, voila. Basically the same as you can find on the internet. I mean, on our site. But I made it easier for myself. So we have 6 semesters. It's mirrored. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Horizontally, you see this one, that's semester 1, and then you have all the other semesters. And then I added colors. You see a lot is blue, that's all courses that has to do with 3D. And you have pink, and those are all the courses that have got to do with drawing and continuous drawing. I already talked about these pink ones, pre-production 1, pre-production 2. That is more like perspective. Check it out on the internet, where you can really learn how to design. You learn the design principles from finding the right reference material towards a final nice digital painting as a production sheet in pre-production, right? And then in the second year, this one, it's character design. There you learn to know about anatomy, and it's not only that you have that you learn about the Homo Universalis by Da Vinci, but you also learn how to draw the human figure. You will have anatomy classes, and then after a while you also learn to do a little bit of concept art, where you really make characters for games as well as for film. And then we continue with stylized creation. If you look at that learning line, then you see stylized creation. This difference between design and creation. In our terms, that means designing is really doing it on paper, really designing, making the concept out of it, and the creation is creating it in 3D. Stylized, that means creatures, you work at a certain style, you get a Bible, that's how they call it, you get an art document, and then you have to create a character like that. And then for the 3D part, the animation, that's obvious, so as I mentioned before, you see the entire production pipeline. In animation 4, we even going to play with the motion capture. And then we also have sculpting for 3D. Sculpting, it's really molding in 3D. That's really carving, as what you do when you do sculpting. Ali, you have digital and you have analog. When you are analog sculpting, then you are really sculpting like that. But now you do it with your mouse, of course, or with your Wacom. What else do we have? 3D pipeline. That gives you the pipeline from modeling, rigging, animating. And you need a rig to animate. Let's say we have a simple bulldozer, very easy to model, and it stands like this. And then you have to put a rig in it so it can move. And once you put it on a timeline, you can animate it. And that's actually that pipeline. And then we also have the green parts in it. AMP fundamentals. AMP stands for Applied Modern Physics. The fundamentals, 1 semester. If it has been a while that you did math, that you have seen any math, do this course, follow it, be motivated, do all the lessons, do all the exercises and pass it, because you definitely still need this course to continue with procedural 3D. Procedural 3D, that's in SideFX Houdini. That's a new 3D standard. It is procedural. That means you give in parameters and in no time you can create a bridge. And then you can create another bridge. I'll give you a sample with a Roman viaduct, together with the Golden Gate Bridge. With a couple of parameters you can change it, and then you have pretty soon result from those two bridges if you really have to model them in 3D. And the normal modeling way, it might have taken you a long it would take a long time to get there. And then of course we also have rigging, as I said before, that you can really start animating with it. And then you have the orange courses, the yellow courses, and the red courses. Portfolio and graduation work, that's your own thing that you can create. Portfolio, that's with our entire team of the 3D animation major, all the teachers. They will help you out to create your own stuff. Graduation work has something to do with research. For instance, you would like to do some simulations of muscles for animation. That's something what you can do there. And then we have those group projects. I hope you already seen a couple of them on the live stream. That's really fun. You have all the skills, you put them all together. We mix this with the major VFX, so they do all the simulations and they know how to really grade the image, and the others, but they also know about modeling and things like that. So they work for 10 weeks together to create a final product. Right, and then we have 18 weeks of internship. Next slide, please, Bert. And that's a question that I had a couple of times already today. And the slide is coming. Mixed with the major visual effects, as I said before. This year, as it is now, we still have 3D production and VFX. Now we split it up, but as you can see, in the first semester, you still have 3 courses together, and also in the second semester, 3 courses together. That means that you still have a lot in common, and also in the second year, you can see it as well. So what is there the difference? It's actually 9 courses that are different with the other one. And then I also get the question with the major of GGP, Game Graphics Production. Bert, could you please change the slide? Oops, no, that's the one for the VFX, excuse me. Yeah, no, one and one more. Yeah, that one. So these are the specific courses for VFX. Just to show you, the green, it's a lot more technical. Let's say if you're in games and you have game graphics production, those are the graphical guys, and then you have the game devers, those are the technical guys. And that's the difference. So you have more greenish with programming, program for artists, visual VFX simulations, but you can also visit their chat room as well. And then you have compositing. Compositing, as you see in the background, the green key, compositing, or putting all the layers together, voila. And then I had another specific question, sorry Alexander, then I could have the next slide please. What is the difference with the other major into games, game graphics, so the more graphical one of the game, real time. So what we see here, we even have in the first year 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 modules that we have together. The only difference is real-time versus pre-rendered. Also in the second year, we still share sculpting, character design, character creation. Here it stands film projects, but they have their game projects. So we see that also as team projects. Come on in.
Hey.
Hey.
All right, I'm going to quickly go through my curriculum. That's the one. Yeah. So sound design, as already mentioned, we try to keep it close to the game development because we need some of the hard skills of the game devers. The thing is, we start out with a pretty mutual basis in the first year. The two courses that you have on the top 2 rows in the sound design curriculum are Sound Project 1, Sound Design 1 and Sound Design Project 1. In those courses, you first learn about acoustics, about sonology, about psychoacoustics, how music and sound can trigger feelings and emotions in people, how we basically respond to auditory stimuli. That's the first part of the first course. Second part of the first course, Sound Design 1, is predominantly on getting acquainted with your digital audio workstation, basically learning the ropes on how to process sound properly. We apply that knowledge in the second semester of the first year to a project which is a linear and an audiovisual project. So basically linking all the sounds necessary to VFX movies and could also be film. The rest of that first year is a good selection of game dev and other courses from the DAE curriculum, and actually we make the big distinction of this sound design major in the second year. Then you also already are acquainted with some of the programming skills that you will need. In Sound Design 2 and Sound Design Project 2, you're going to work on non-linear projects like games. You are either going to learn how you can implement sound directly into your game engines, predominantly Unreal and Unity, and we're going to teach you how to work with a middleware that functions as a go-between between the gaming engine and between your digital audio workstation. The middleware of choice will be Wise. Then we have 3 breakout courses, one of which is on sound effects solely. One is on honing your recording techniques. So basically we check out vocals and we check out Foley. And then we have one last breakout course, which is on ambient and music. Why did we incorporate that into the program? We learned from doing the minor this year that there is a strong interest from our students to actually also invest some of the time in that. Then we have one last class, which is on Audio Lab. It's a pretty vague class, but not in essence. It's basically where we look at new ways of doing procedural sound, of working with atypical sensor technologies and interfaces, VR technologies for music production and for music experience. So basically a very fun lab environment in which we do all crazy and innovative things with sound and music. Last year is basically the same across all of the minors, so not a lot of difference there. Should you have any of the questions, you can talk to me soon in the chat. We can now basically move into Hey, Dirk.
Hey again.
Things specific in terms of gear and materials that you will need to follow these major programs. I will start. What do you need if you want to be a sound designer taken seriously? You're going to need a good pair of headphones. You're going to need an audio interface. We're going to put a list of recommended audio interfaces. Basically, if you have 2 ins and 2 outs plus MIDI plus 48 volt phantom power, you should be laughing. The ones we use are the Steinberg UR22 Mark IIs, and they're peachy fine and very good. We'll set you back somewhere in the great vicinity. Check prices at your local retailers for about 100 to 120 euros. You will also need a Nuendo dongle to basically work on your DAW projects. We will provide the DAW software for you. And that is pretty much it. We sound designers are gearheads, so there's a lot more to buy, but you can chat with us in terms of what you want and need and require or would love to have in that department. Dirk?
Yes, what we need a laptop. As anyone, everybody needs a laptop around here. We also have our software that we are using, but what you need extra is a Wacom, because you will need to do some digital painting. In the beginning you have an entry model, make sure that it's pressure that is
sensitive.
Pressure sensitive, thank you, I could find a word. That is pressure sensitive, otherwise you can't do anything with it. Usually when you're really having fun with digital painting in the second year, or they start immediately with a better Wacom, or they buy one in the second year as well.
They do an upgrade.
They do an upgrade indeed, and sometimes, but that's more for the guys of VFX. As I remember, they have a laptop. That's really something to bring from home to school and back. But then they usually also have a desktop at home. It's a matter of looking in the eyes of mom and dad during New Year, Christmas, and the Easter holidays, and maybe they buy you something extra.
All right.
Voila, that's basically it.
There's a demo reel of some of the projects that we did this year on the live stream for me, so I'm not going to show you any of the additional demo reels, but you have a very cool making of.
I got a couple of making ofs, yeah, from those group projects that I talked about. You already seen them in the live stream, but sometimes making ofs, behind the scenes, breakdowns can be more fun. Is the video ready? 3, 2, 1, here we go. Yeah, so you've probably seen this one. This is a model. They build it themselves. Real. It's a real 3-dimensional model. Here you see all the pre-production. Usually, when you like to make a concept like that, it takes a lot of time, and they knew that. And they were obsessed with this idea, and they started in how was it again? The 1st of August. Imagine, in the middle of their holidays, they just sat together. I have an idea. Okay, let's do this. So they made a scale model of a museum. It's not necessarily the one from you know, New York or London or whatever, but they put a lot of effort in it. They also made it in 3D. They filmed it in our Green Key studio, because that was the only studio available, because it was a very large scale model. And then we used all the tips and tricks from the VFX, because that's how we mix these two majors together. They know about studios, they know about simulations, they know about effects, and our guys know then to animate and stuff like that. However, even though they started this early, it goes pretty fast, those 10 weeks. So at the end, as usual, rendering problems and things like that. They couldn't entirely finish the animation, but we're this close. And then I think they were going to finish it, and then we will launch it for the big world. Here you see some props coming in that were all made. And that was a known project. Students can choose. They can make their own, but they have to pass the jury. Sometimes it depends. If it is not such a great story, then we say no. On the other hand, we also have industry, well, not project from the industry, let's say the non-profit industry, the non-profit sector, and then we come up with other projects. And now we still see here some endings till you reach the final scene, as you can see. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is a live model with a 3D character in it. And this is typically for the industry. That means we work together with the University of Ghent for heart failure. They wanted to have a representation of something, but they are still researching. And then they came to us, is it possible to do some visualizations of that? And then we say, perfect, that's the ideal project that we need from a non-profit sector. So let's say university. And then we created something like this. We worked with Houdini, we had animators on it. We had typically a mix of animation along with the VFX people. Voila, this is basically it, Bert. I am finished, so I think we can go back now to the other stream, right? Okay, Alexander, that was it for us. See you in a couple of hours again. We'll be back around
2:30 something.
2:30 something. Bye.
All right, cheers.
Maybe I can like.
Hi. Okay, I'm gonna take a look at the chat.
Just like
Luna, same structure. You start with the introduction?
Yes, I will.
Okay. Cool.
So we're live, by the way.
Cool.
You just see right
Red.
All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Luna. I'm a teacher at DAE. And this is our student panel for today, our second one. We have a third one later today as well. These are some students, and Sandra, she's one of our community team members. And we're gonna ask some questions to our students. If you have questions for our students, feel free to drop them in the chat. We'll be taking a look at that regularly, so feel free to ask your questions. Sandra, take it away.
Hi, my name is Sandra, and I'm part of the global community team. So I will let the students introduce themselves first, and afterwards we will ask a few questions. But feel free to post all of your questions in the chat. So Nakisa? Oh, we can't hear you.
Sorry, I muted myself at some point. My bad. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Hi, I'm Nakisa. I'm from Germany, and I am a second-year game development student.
Wart?
Okay. I'm Wart. I'm a second-year independent game production student, and I'm from Belgium.
Hi, my name is Sarah. I'm a 20-year-old student from Belgium, and I'm a second-year VFX student.
Hi, I am Luna. I am a third-year DGP, and I'm in Chip, and I'm also from Belgium.
Okay, great. First of all, thank you all for doing this. You're awesome. And let's start with a few questions. So, Nakisa, what does a day look like for a DAE student?
So depending on your schedule, you will most likely start off the day with some classes. Sometimes they're in the afternoon, always depends. Then, of course, you should take care of food and stuff. So in the afternoon, you will most likely either go home cooking, or there are a lot of nice food opportunities in Kortrijk. And then depending on if you have classes or not, you will most likely have to work during the day as well. And there are also some nice opportunities from DAE and also privately, of course, to do some sports or follow other hobbies as well.
Okay, Wart, how important is having the community support at DAE? Can you tell us more about it?
I really like the community that we have going on in digital arts and entertainment, because I went to a previous school like the year before I started doing DAE, and you can really feel the difference. In here, we have like a much more cohesive school, and it's not only everyone is doing his own niche, but there's a lot of cross-pollination, because you have the study night, you have the workouts, you have the Zumba, the cooking workshops. For every evening you can fill it in with something that in which you can get to know other students. I think that's a really big asset to the whole thing. So I really like the current community that we have going on, and I think it's like really a plus if you are able to participate in it.
Okay, should we start from a question, because I already see one in the chat. Luke Skywalker asks, regarding the internship fair, do students get to know the big animation studios, both in movies and game? In the 3D animation course, do we learn basic VFX? Can we do extra course? So who would like to answer?
Maybe someone from VFX. Maybe?
So Zara?
Yeah. As I saw at the internship fair, there are big companies, but you can also mail them if they're not there. And I don't think in the new curriculum you learn VFX.
Yeah, so our curriculum just split into two. So VFX is in the VFX major, but you can always take extra courses from different majors if you want to enhance your skills in any other field. Yeah. So I don't see any more questions, so I will just continue to ask you a few things.
No, there are. Well, it's a question actually from one of our teachers, Lino. He asked what your most memorable experience was at the DAE until now.
So maybe Luna, you can start, and then we can see what other people say as well. Luna?
I think she might have connection.
You?
Student Luna.
Student Luna. Yeah, sorry, two Lunas.
It's a bit confusing.
Could you repeat the question, because my internet acted
What is
up.
your most memorable moment here at DAE?
Wow.
Your study trip?
My most memorable, well, yeah, sorry, it's lagging. Maybe skip to someone else first.
Okay, Wart?
I think for me, it is because I've been passionate and I've been wanting to make smaller games since I was little. And I think halfway through my second year, there was a time that I actually realized, like, I can do this, and I have the abilities and I have the skill set to realize the things that have been in my head since I was 6 years old or something. And that was like a really big moment for me, because I was feeling more and more confident in my own skill set. So for me, it's not a big event, but it was just a change of mind, and I still think back to that moment a lot. So that was nice.
Okay, Zara, what about for you?
I think my most memorable DAE memory is the Nerf gun fight. Oh, so fun! Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's so fun. Actually, every study night is quite memorable, I think, or every DAE party, or everything is nice.
Okay, so people don't really know what study night is. Can one of you explain what a study night is at DAE and what is it about? Maybe Nakisa, you can.
Yeah, sure. So every Thursday, mostly planned by students, but also, of course, supported by the school, there is the study night, which happens at the evening in the DAE level. It's actually where Luna sits in the background. That's around where that takes place. And it's a nice come together for students and teachers, so it has a social aspect and a study aspect. There are always rooms ready for anyone who wants to study, and other students and teachers are there if you want to ask questions and stuff. And then depending on the time of the year, there are also special study nights. So for example, there is a Halloween event where people dress up and there is a contest for that. And then also related, there's, for example, sometimes a food fair, which I was a great fan of, where students of other nationalities made foods from their respective or other countries, which, yeah, it's very great, very talented cooks, among other things.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's generally a great social and learning experience.
Okay.
Can I add
Yes.
something to that?
Yes, of course.
Because people of all majors are there at the study night, you're able to interact with students from next year, or from a year higher. You're able to interact with students that are following different majors than yours. And whenever you feel that you're not that strong in a specific course or a specific skill set, that is the way to improve on that, actually. And you will always find somebody that's really talented at what you want to become good at. So if you want to broaden your skill set, and if you want to just like learn new things and actually get to know some really interesting people, then the study night is the way to go.
Definitely. Before we got a question if it would be better to have a dorm in Ghent or Kortrijk, but I think Kortrijk.
Big
that
time.
would-
Kortrijk,
Yeah.
For sure.
Also, somebody asks if you can tell us about the trip to the US or Japan. I don't know if anyone went on that from you guys.
Yeah, Luna. Luna did go to the US.
Luna,
any
how's your
ideas?
internet?
Oh, you.
Great, actually. So, what was the question?
Did you go
About-
on one of the trips to the US?
Yeah, I went to the one to Montreal 2 years ago and the one to LA
And
this
can you
year.
tell us about that?
It's definitely a great experience, not only to see all the companies, but we also have a pub mixer every time, so you can meet up with people from the industry, actually talk to them, give them your contact information. So I would really, if you're able to do that, recommend it. It's also a lot of fun, just enjoy.
Yeah.
It's also great to see like another part of the world.
Okay, we have another question. Somebody who really can't decide between all the majors. Do you have any tips for choosing? Because it is a tough choice.
Was one of you indecisive of what to choose in DA? Maybe that can be a good starting point. Or Nakisa just.
I mean, I think so I personally was not indecisive. For me, it was rather easy. But I have a lot of friends that are in GGP and VFX. And I think so there is one broad differentiation, whether the easiest question would be, do you like math and stuff related to logic? Because if not, don't touch programming. You will still have programming related courses, even if you're in a art major, but that's one of the major differentiations. And then the question, of course, becomes, it's maybe a long-term thing, but also you should consider that it's not that important in the long run. For example, for programming, the difference between independent game production and game development, we learn very similar things. The main difference is that the independent game production learns mainly C#, which is, for example, very big in Unity, which is something that is not used by a lot of big game companies. That's where you use more C++. That's the difference here. But still, as a IGP student, you can still work in a game in a bigger studio, and the other way around as well. We learn also C# and Unity as game developers, so it's not the biggest difference. And I think it's similar for game graphics and VFX, because it's A, you have a lot of overlapping courses, and B, it's very similar skill sets. So it's not like it's one thing and then you can't do another thing.
Exactly.
But yeah, maybe that's the question.
I
Do you like
also
movies?
I also think if it's like, oh, I don't know, VFX or GGP, a lot of industry is kind of merging together. Because I know people who did VFX and now actually work in the game industry and vice versa. So if that's your worry, like, oh, I don't know which industry I want to go in, it's still, you can go everywhere.
I think
Some
if you're like,
Oh, sorry, yeah.
sorry.
Go.
Okay, if you're feeling like really indecisive, then I'd recommend maybe checking out the Discord, because there's a Discord link in the description. And last time I checked in, I saw that a lot of students were also students from DAE. They're also really active in it. And then you can actually have like, because this is like a one-sided conversation mostly, but then you can go into a dialogue with them about what they like about their major and what you are searching for. And that might be really useful in like pinning down that choice.
Yes, I also see a lot of practical questions showing up in the chat. I would like to refer you to the description where you can find a few links. We have a Discord. There's some chat boxes where you can talk with teachers, and the student track counseling and stuff. Like which PC to buy, you can all find that on the site. Somebody asks if you need mod for game graphic production. Yes, you do. Can somebody elaborate on that, like why it's important and how difficult it is? Because it's not always easy, of course. Yes, go.
It did change from when I did it, but now we also see Houdini, mainly for procedural for procedural things and understanding lighting, just some basics for programming that you need to understand.
Right.
Zara, what is your answer as a also more art-focused major student?
I think if you do the VFX track, that it's kind of, yeah, you need it because you see a lot of things you're gonna use in other programs, and you see the basic of everything actually you use in animation, in tracking, in rotoscoping. So I think it's kind of necessary.
Okay. Another question. Do you see, Luna, we can ask?
It's still more practical questions. If there's any requirements to join the trips, you will get a lot of info that when you're actually here. But normally everyone can join from the second year on. Depends on which trip it is. How much is an extra module to take? I would recommend asking that to the DAE general. But I also would recommend, and I think the students here can confirm that, to just stick to the normal program and don't take on too many extra courses.
Unless you want to split your year instead of a 3-year bachelor program to a 4-year, then there's opportunity to add courses in between your major.
Right. There's also somebody who asks if 3D animation and VFX, what are the tools you need beside a laptop? I think
a Wacom.
Yes, a Wacom, indeed. But
You need a
beside that,
maybe a camera for good reference.
yeah, but
I
that
got
is
that.
optional. You can always
that's
borrow
optional.
one as well. But the laptop is the most important tool.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken. Maybe Sandra, you can ask some questions that we prepared.
Yeah. So, what is the importance of planning at DAE? Did we cover that topic?
I think it's important to have a really good planning because you have a lot of courses and each of one is really hard work. Important to plan those in, even breaks you need to plan in. but it's good to know that teacher also give you with every assignment an estimated work time, so you can plan those in as well.
We have a question about game jams, I see. Maybe one of you that participated in a game jam during DAE can elaborate more. How is that and how was it for you? I think, Wart, you were in one?
I did a game jam in the beginning of the year, and that one was really nice. But they have like a bigger game jam for the second year during the Crea Week. It's in the second semester, but for us it got cancelled due to the pandemic, which is really sad. But yeah, it's for me because I'm an independent game production student. It's one of the things you really build up to actually making a game in a smaller team. It might be less interesting for the people that are wanting to work at a AAA company. But if you want to learn how to design, how to make, and how to scope, especially how to scope a game, then game jams are such a nice thing to do. If you don't want to wait until your second year, then you still have a lot of opportunities online or even from the community itself to participate in the game jam. And yeah, I would recommend it. For me, it was a really nice experience.
I remember we had one at the beginning of the year as well. And a lot of first years participated and actually had some really impressive results for like, I think 3 weeks of school.
Yeah.
So that was super cool to see. Somebody asked if the hoodies are available for everyone or just teachers. It's for everyone. We have a lot of awesome gadgets. We also have beanies and caps. Of course, you have to earn your shirt.
Okay.
All right, Sandra, do you have some?
Yes, I will go with more questions because I see there's nothing popping up in the chat that interests people. Is having a healthy lifestyle crucial to obtain your studies at DAE? Duna, can you answer us more about that?
Yeah, it is really important to have a good and healthy lifestyle because I know out of experience, most of us are sitting at our desks the entire day, working in maybe a really cramped position to draw something on your drawing tablet. So having enough exercise and going outside and socializing is very important, just having a healthy lifestyle in general.
There's also workouts that are organized by students on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. So you can do energy boost or Zumba. It's a very nice community. You come to the level, not at the moment. Now we do it online for all the students. We are still running online, but it's very cool to see, and you can see a lot of videos. If you go to the main page and scroll down to the community video, you can see a lot of the lifestyle at DAE.
Yes.
Let's go on to another question.
Well, somebody's like kind of relating to that. Somebody is asking how much free time you actually have. Like, what is the life-work balance at DAE?
Who would like to answer?
It depends. It depends
yeah.
on how fast you are, if you already have experience for certain courses. So if you're new to everything and you're maybe a slower learner usual, you'll have a little less free time. But it really depends, but you have to work hard. So maybe you can combine like being together with friends, but all working together. So there's a compromise, but
Yeah, I think that it also changes a bit from like major to major. For example, I believe that IGP still gives you like some breathing room to work on your own projects and to update your own portfolio with your own passion projects while studying there. But I've heard from people who study, for example, GTP or game dev, that their assignments are a lot busier. Then you need to pay more attention to those than you can. You don't have a lot of room to focus on your own projects anymore.
Yes.
There's a good question.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No.
No, I would want to add that it's maybe partly a slightly philosophical question, because if you're passionate about your work, it's not really just work. Like for me, when I program at home, I like doing that, so that's something I would do on my free time. Maybe not as much as I have to, but I still would work on programming anyway. So it also becomes a question of how much work you're willing to put into. And also, if you just want to pass or be really good, then yeah, those things make a difference how much free time you have.
I think like last year in my exams, I had like days that I worked for like 12 hours straight, but it didn't feel like I worked for a single second of it, because I was really interested and really passionate by the things I was working on then, and I'm still now. But that was really, most of it doesn't feel like real work to me, just because I like doing it.
Yes, so there's questions about the difference between English course and the Dutch course. There is no difference content related, because we offer it in Dutch and in English. But what would you guys recommend? Do it in English or in Dutch? Well, for you, Wart, there was no other option. But from next year on, we have IGP in English normally. But anyone else who wants to elaborate on that?
I don't think there's much of a difference, because I'm in a Dutch class, but I have English courses as well, because I don't know why, but yeah.
Yeah, anyone else would like to elaborate?
I think there is, so I mean, as a non-Dutch student, there was of course no option for me. One thing that I have noticed this year, and I think that's of course different year per year, but for us there is a lot of English students. We have basically 4 courses more or less, and there's very few Dutch people. So if you would like to have a smaller course, then the Dutch course in this year, at least for my semester, would be an option. But generally, another argument for the English course is that the industry is English. Your courses, the course materials are going to be in English one way or the other. So there are, of course, some arguments that speak for English, but I also don't think it's the biggest I mean, assuming from other people's experience that it's not the biggest difference.
Yeah, so I see one question from Luke Skywalker. Does the university provide help to students struggling with extra tutorials or meeting, or teachers can do extra classes for students in need? Also, the university helps you with the internship, he would like to know. So can someone new elaborate of how feedback goes, with extra feedback if necessary?
For my programming course, I have an assignment, which is basically my exam. And our teacher, we are able to plan in weekly feedback sessions that are completely voluntary. So there's no, you don't have to do them. But for me, they really helped. With a lot of other, like the barrier between the students and the teachers is really small, and they are really approachable. And I think that once you're struggling and you actually reach out to them, then you will find that you will find a lot of of understanding and respect towards you, even though you feel that you're lacking behind a bit. And I think that's the most important step, to actually reach out to them and to get out of the building and tell them about your problems.
All right, there's a lot of questions still popping up. Also, these are our cool heads. There's somebody asking again about math and if it's possible to handle it and completely different from secondary school. Again, people with like more general questions, there's links in the description to the chats and the Discord where you can ask those questions, because we don't have a lot of time to answer all of them. Same for Bora Sahin. You can ask all about IGP there. Okay, people are asking, I don't know if you guys had any experience before you came here, but there's people asking that they're already experimenting in Blender. Is that a good idea? Or can you actually start without having any previous experience?
Yeah, it's great if you're already trying and experimenting with 3D and drawing, but you don't need it to start. We start from zero, but the learning curve it's very fast, it's very steep. You see a lot of information in a short while, so having some experience definitely helps, but it's not required.
I had some working experience in 3ds Max, but I still went to the intro courses. It's like a week of courses that they give in the beginning of the year. And you get to know people there, and they give you like a bit of a head start on maths, on physics, on 3D software. For me, that really helped. That was really nice. And I think if you want to put in that effort, then I would also recommend I would recommend everyone doing the intro courses actually.
Okay, one question popped up from our lecturer, Mathieu, from programming. Next to technical skills, what is the most important thing or skill you've learned during DAE? If somebody can share their experience.
Networking, making friends with people in the industry,
Okay.
and yeah, just being nice, being social, and making new friends, because they're gonna get jobs in the industry, and your portfolio is extremely important, but knowing people is also very important.
Yeah. Zara, what would you suggest? What is the most important skill apart from your technical skills that you've learned?
Like Luna said, networking is very important, but also just you need to learn. You need to love to learn, and you need to want to learn like all the time, because there are always new things coming and about programs or something, or like tools you can use. So that's really important too.
Nakisa or Wart, what would you say?
I would agree and extend what Luna said, that you learn communicating very technically, which is of course related to technical abilities, but also being able to be precise and learning the terminology and being able to communicate with somebody in the industry and bring your point across without having to talk 20 minutes and describing things.
I've learned how to cook, which might not be as impressive as the rest of you, but I make a killer curry. So for me, that was, I think, the most important skill.
There's also somebody asking how the exams are going. Like, what kind of exams do you have, and what exactly is it that you have to do?
You need to submit them online now. I have to submit them online.
But is it more like theory exams on paper, or?
No, I have to do like assignments, like make a small conversation for animation, or make a character for character creation, and then we need to submit them on the day of the exam. And I think we get instant feedback, so that's really nice.
With me, I don't know how it's going in the other majors, but I think that they have the same. It's mostly an assignment you get, and you need to work on that for like a month or a few months. And at the exam, you just need to hand it in, which for me is like a big plus, because I wasn't as good with like theoretical exams, and with these ones, if you work on it consistently, then you can get it done, and that's you can see yourself improving like every week, which is really nice, and I like it way more than theoretical exams.
It's a little bit different in programming. So for us, it's more of a balance. So for example, this semester is a lot of hand-ins and assignments as well, which I also like very much, but especially the first year consists of a lot of theory exams for us. So for example, programming is not just theory, but exams on the spot. So we had one theory exam where the teachers will create questions that are very specific, which test your in-depth knowledge about things. And then there is also a practical exam where you have, I think it was maybe 4 to 6 hours, I don't remember exactly, where you got one small assignment. For example, create a little card game. They give you very specific instructions, but then you have to do that one on the spot. So for programming, there are more actual exams, but we also have assignments.
All right, we're gonna have to put an end
Wrap
to
it up.
this. We have another student panel at 3, so people can come and ask questions again then. And
Thanks,
otherwise,
guys.
I would refer you to the description where you can find the links for our chat boxes, which are manned, and our Discord. Thanks to the students, indeed. We love you. We miss you.
Yes, we miss you too much. Yeah. Thanks again for doing this. You're awesome. And I hope we see each other again soon.
All right.
Thanks all for watching.
Bye.
And for the
Take
people
care. Bye.
watching, we now will show some student projects, which some of these people have worked on.
People in town got together, gathered around the old tree. Children arose to the tips of the toes as everyone wanted to see. People in town got together, gathered around the old tree. Children arose to the tips of the toes as everyone wanted to see.
pull up and wine. Yeah, Yakatobine. Pull up and wine.
Authorized life form detected.
Hello, welcome to Digital Arts and Entertainment, and welcome to the third part of the program of this Info Day. If you're here, here is the level, which is our campus building. It means that you expressed an interest in studying our curriculum, and I would like to guide you a little bit through the things that you have to consider before making that decision and through the schedule of the rest of this Info Day. So we have this introduction from me to the rest of the program of this Info Day. For content-related questions, you should go first to the digitalartsandentertainment.be website. So on the website, there's, next to this introduction talk, a general introduction movie of the Digital Arts and Entertainment technical artist profile. There's a short introduction video for each separate major, which gives you a very short overview of what each major is about. There's 6 different majors where you can choose from. After those videos, you can click through to the specific curricula for each major, and then you can go really up to the level of each course, and sometimes even up to the level of a student assignment to know what those courses entail and what we will have to do if you pick that specific major to study. If after going through all that information, you have very specific questions related to a specific major, if you go to the section Chat with us, then you can be referred to several chat channels for each individual major, where several of our staff are constantly present to answer all kinds of questions. There's a specific section in the chat landing page where you can get in touch specifically for international students with the DAE Global team. If you already studied something before Digital Arts and Entertainment and you want to know whether you apply for certain exemptions or things like that, questions related to procedures to be able to enroll, you have the study track counseling channel where you can ask questions. And if there's general questions that are not specific related to a specific major, then you have the DAE General channel where you can ask other colleagues that kind of questions. So basically the idea is that for every type of question, whether you're a national or an international student, there's people waiting to answer your questions. If you go to the chat page, you will see there's 3 different ways to get in touch with us. So the top button each time refers to a Microsoft Teams environment online via browser. The bottom one is a Discord link, so our colleagues are also present on Discord. And if you have questions that you don't want to ask in let's say a collective chat channel environment, and you want to get a face-to-face or a more private conversation about specific topics, then you can also get in touch with us via email, and we will get back to you ASAP regarding your questions. So that's content-wise, information-wise, question-wise. There should not be anybody today having unanswered questions. That's basically our goal. So that's just for the practical part of this Info Day. If you're here with an interest to study Digital Arts and Entertainment, that means you most likely have an interest in creating either games or special effects for movies, or become an animator, or become a sound designer, things like that. One thing that is very important to realize before making the choice to come study with us is, why do I want to do this? Yeah? There's a huge difference between watching movies, making movies, playing games, making games. What we do is happening behind the screens. It's not happening behind the controller. So that is one very important decision to make for yourself. If you, while playing game, if you're constantly feel drawn to the level design, to the gameplay mechanics, you want to learn how they create worlds and things like that, how lightsaber fights are being constructed in movies, things like that, that is the kind of interest that we're looking for in future students. So being a gamer is not the best starting point to study DAE. Why? Because we're not the average degree to study. We're not the typical kind of education. We're basically not interested in the degree that we deliver in the end when you graduate. It is something that comes along with graduating, but what we're aiming for is putting people on the market with a portfolio that will get them a job in the industry. Getting a job means being able to produce professional content in an entertainment sector. And that is a very demanding industry. So if you, as a gamer, or you're a huge movie freak and you really love movies and things like that, nobody's willing to pay €60, for instance, for a PlayStation game, and then realizing, okay, it sucks and it's full with bugs and things like that. That's not what you're paying money for. Yeah? If you, like you as a customer, the consumers are very demanding towards both the developers, the filmmakers, things like that. Everybody's expecting the highest possible quality. Just see what happens on the internet. If a game developer releases a game with some nasty bugs in it, they're being trashed all the way on every forum. But basically this is the industry that we're preparing students for. We expect our students, when they graduate, to be able to produce content for those big companies, for those big movie productions, also to start up your own studio. There's a lot of different options. But since our target audience, the consumer audience, is so very demanding, that makes us being very demanding for our students as well. So we basically are constantly aiming for above average. If all you want to do is graduate and get a degree, then there's a big chance that you might not be the best student for us, because the industry is looking for people with very specific high-level skill sets. You have to be good at something. If you're not willing to become good, you might not have the drive, passion, focus, and dedication that you need in order to be able to make it in our industry. And the words that I just mentioned are so important in determining whether or not you should come study DAE. You have to be passionate about the medium that you're producing. You have to be dedicated and focused in order to deliver as high level of quality as possible. It's really not about passing a course or passing and graduating from a degree and getting that piece of paper. It's about how good can I, as an individual, become? And that's the main goal of my staff. My staff is very dedicated, very passionate about making the best possible future employee for the game industry out of you, and the film industry as well. We focused on pushing our students to turn them in the best possible being that they can become. We're never going to settle with average. It's constantly, yes you can do better. It's constantly pushing you to work your ass off and become constantly better and better and better at what you're doing. I often like to compare our digital arts and entertainment curriculum with top sport. Like if you want to become a professional athlete, it's not by reading through your training schedule that you will become a good athlete. It starts with having a good approach and a schedule and things like that, but the results only come from working, pushing yourself. And the road to success, if you want to become the best possible person, the best possible version of yourself, it's always a challenging road for yourself. So challenging yourself, pushing yourself forward constantly, that's the DAE approach. That's what we sometimes call the Champions League approach. It's taking your training schedule and then doing something with it. Be dedicated, be focused, and be ambitious for yourself. Set your goals. And if you make it through DAE, then afterwards, with your portfolio and with the skill sets that you learned here with us, the world will open for you. And that's also an important thing to realize. Although we're based in West Flanders, tiny spot in Belgium, but depending on how you turn the world, the globe, we're at the center of the world. Yeah? The world is our target audience. Most of the international entertainment industry is happening outside Belgium, With the skill set that you will learn here, you're prepared to just spread your wings and pick the companies of your choice, or pick the country of your choice where you would like to build up your career. At the moment, I think close to 40% of our graduates go work straight abroad. So the skill set that you learn here is internationally relevant, is on par with the requirements of the companies. If your goal is to study, get a degree, and then find a job within 50 kilometers from where you've been born, that is not what we're aiming for. We really prepare people for a global industry. Yeah. Very, very important to realize this. We have an international focus. We also have an international environment here. That's why I'm doing this talk in English. Yeah? We have now around 1,200 students, of which around close to 200, 250 of them are international students. So that's growing year after year. So the main language that has been spoken here in DAE is English. Yeah? We also have non-Dutch speaking staff. Does this mean that you can't study DAE in Dutch? Of course not. There's an equivalent choice. You can study the Dutch version of the curriculum or the English version of the curriculum. Content-wise, it's exactly the same. So there's no different in the skills that you will learn. But the thing is, it is a huge advantage in your development process of you as an international compliant human being, whether you study in just a Dutch Flemish environment, or you can study in a multicultural, completely international environment. We have over 30 different nationalities studying here at Digital Arts and Entertainment. That adds on top of your skill set. It makes you a world citizen. It really opens your mindset and your world. So it's very important. This is an international community. This is an international industry. Even the companies in Belgium, whether it's in film production or in games, the language on the work floor is almost always English. So from my side, I strongly advise, if you are allowed, depending on your prerequisites, if you're allowed to study the English curriculum, I would strongly recommend going for the English curriculum. If you're not allowed because of not meeting the right prerequisites, don't worry, your skills will be just the same and you will be just as good skill-wise as all the rest. For the rest of this program, one other reason why we are very internationally focused and why we teach in English, like most of the software that we use don't even exist in Dutch. So it's sometimes pretty weird having to teach Dutch classes within English-only software. But like I said, this is a global focus. For the rest of this info day, so after this, you will have the two major coordinators of our two brand new majors, being 3D animation and sound design. So they start next semester, next September for the first time. We're actually very proud of that. It's a nice addition to the traditional offer that we already had. So definitely, if you're interested in becoming a 3D animator for the industry, or you want to do something sound related in games, definitely check out that talk. After that, there's a student panel. Since DAE, life in DAE as a student is a challenging ride. It's a rough road for most of the students. Therefore, it's important to hear the point of view of a student. So the student panel will be interactive. You will be able to ask questions in the chat. There's some colleagues of ours monitoring the chat. So definitely check out the student panel and ask the things that up to your head. There's both national and international students on the panel. Definitely check that out. So, small recap. The live stream will be going till 4. After the live stream, or if you've done watching the live stream, you have the small introduction movies, which are a must look at. Check out all the small introduction movies for each major. click through the relevant curriculum that you're interested in. If you still have questions, go to the chat platform, and whether it's on Teams or via email or via Discord, connect with us. Maybe also check the frequently asked question page before you do so, because that question might already have been answered. If you want to enroll, there's the link towards enrollment, I think, is everywhere spread out through the websites and things like that. I hope to be able to see you in real life next academic year. I hope that you make the good choice for you, because if you are the student that we are looking for, then I think we have a wonderful place to host you as a student. We have a wonderful staff to guide you and coach you through your training career and kickstart your career in a wonderful, fascinating industry that is all about passion, dedication, focus, and high-level skills. So I hope to see you there. Make the good choice. Bye.
It's super amazing. I was so stoked because I was one of the contribution of it, and it's making me feel like, wow, I did something. It really boosts my confidence in my works.
It's a good feeling, it's exciting, it's cool to know that you're part of it.
Yeah, I'm really happy about that. It's an honor, to be honest. That extra thing, just my work on the trophy, and it's a really nice trophy, and it's just, yeah, it's a really nice feeling.
It's good, it was exciting, because it was something different. It was feedback from other people than just your teachers or your friends.
It was kind of special, so to say. I placed all my work on there, and I definitely got some good feedback. I talked with some people.
There's definitely like a technicality with which we learn. If you graduate from DAE, you will be on point with your technical knowledge of your software and of computers. You will know what's happening, and that is a thing that the industry really requires of you. Everything about it is made to prepare you for the industry.
I really love the environment here. It's really open and friendly. I really like the teachers here. They really friendly, and you can come up to them and ask anything and they will find it, and everyone is helping each other. It's feel like everyone is growing, so I really love it.
It does not feel like a school. You learn a lot, you learn a lot of stuff really fast, and you really grow in like 3 to 4 years. But you just enter the school and you really get this warm feeling of people trying to help each other, and it's incredible to say it's like the best 3 years I've had.
If it's your thing, I would absolutely recommend DAE. Certainly at this moment, I don't think there's really a better place to go.
Hi, Alexander. Oops, social distance, social distance, yeah.
Hi, Dirk.
Hi, Alexander, how are you?
I'm fine.
Fine.
Yes.
So, we're back here for the live stream?
Yes, third and last time we do this today.
Yes, indeed, yeah. So, what are we going to talk about?
Yeah. It's beautiful weather outside.
It's global warming as well.
But that's not what we're going to talk about.
No, that's not what we're going to talk about. Sorry, guys. Okay, so...
Here to present to you the two brand new majors for DAE. I am here, Alexander de Weppe, as a representative and major coordinator for the new sound design curriculum, and my colleague...
Dirk Lambrecht, I'm here for the 3D animation major.
Where did we start?
Yes,
at the beginning.
In the very beginning, it started out as a game education. 176 students, and now after since 2006, now this school year we were plus 1,200 students, and at this moment we were with 4 majors, but now we became 6 majors for the upcoming new year, academic year. Yeah. So last year, this current year, we still had 3D production and VFX. It was a mix of the both of them, so that you had animation and visual effects and a generalist in 3D all combined together, because we were a little afraid that it would be too narrow. But now lots of questions came from the industry as well, and so we decided let's do this for animation, and VFX is its own thing. Voila.
Yeah. What did spur on the idea of doing a sound design major, sound design curriculum within DAE? Well, there were actually 3 parties involved who were requesting it. First was industry. People were requesting students to have a more technical artist approach towards sound design and implementing audio into audiovisual productions, and especially in games productions, non-linear productions. Then there was the staff itself within DAE. I think the Master Chief was extremely vocal about the fact that year after year we have these immensely visually stunning group projects, and in some cases there is a very artisan audio track put underneath that. Sometimes it's license-free music, and it actually takes a bit away from the visual quality of the group projects. We want the audio, the sounds to be as kick-ass as the visuals. And then the third party involved were actually the students. Quite a few of the students, we started in 2018 with doing some minor audio workshops for the students here. They were very well received. So we decided to do with the local cultural creative industries a project which we dubbed Audio for Games. It was together with the Kruin in Kortrijk. It was with some internationally acclaimed artists that we did the program together. Some people out of the industry who come from game studios did some workshops in that. We noticed that it was a good grounds to start from. So in September 2019, we launched the audio minor, which it was at the time in which we are completing over the course of this academic year. Throughout this year, we noticed that there is demand for actually additional classes, more skills, more technical skills to be incorporated in the program. So without further ado, from next academic year onward, we turn this into a full-fledged major within DAE.
Speaking of minors, that's how we also started. Since 2010, we already had a minor animation. For 2 semesters, was like 4 hours a week, 96 hours, and that was it for animation. The industry said, perfect, they can adapt any software that we give them. We teach in Maya, we learn them to work in Maya, and the industry has, for instance, the other software,
Houdini?
No, Modo. Well, they were working in total, I'm missing it now. So, or 3ds Max or Modo. So they were working in that one, and they could just adapt it. And they said they can work with buttons, but the animation is not that high level, and that's normal, because animation is all about training, so they really need to exercise on it, and then your animation gets better and better and better in timing and movement and everything. Voila.
Get their skills up to par.
Yes.
So, who are we catering for, Dirk?
We are catering for students who are very interested in animation. In animation, they would like to see the entire pipeline from pre-production till post-production. What will they learn? They learn in pre-production about first storyboards. So we will tell them the secrets behind film, cinematography, what's a camera, what is framing, what is visual storytelling. Then we make storyboards out of it, and then they put it into a 3D blockout. Then you have your first scenery, very easy block out of your 3D animation. You see, okay, the story will work, and then they continue with animation, the actual production process, and in the post-production, then they will add everything together with their 3D skills, of course. Together then also with the VFX major, because we also have our group projects. In the last year it's 10 weeks full time, where they work together 4 to 5 people. You probably already seen a couple of samples in the stream. And then they work together for 10 weeks, those two together, so that they have from a very early idea script towards a final product.
Sounds cool.
Yeah, what about yours?
So, who are we catering for? Bert, if I may have my first slide, please.
Okay, I'm off.
Right. Basically, we are teaching our students so that they can learn how to create audio on a professional level, and they know how to implement, deliver audio according to the requirements made by audiovisual and gaming industry. Therefore, our focus is on programming skills and a technical artist profile, and not on artistry per se. So we are not an art school, we're a technical school, and we want the students, if they want to hone their musical ambitions, their musical craft, if they want to be a sound engineer for live events, if they want to be composers. Generally, in terms of movie and game productions, if you want a composer, another profile, a real artist, a composer, will be requested for audio implementation. It's more of a technical requirement. You need to have some proper skills in programming and in middleware. So, how did we build up the program? What were the main ideas driving it? We divided this into the domains we want to tackle and the competences that our prospective students basically will have when they complete the full program. We are working on sound effects. We're topic-wise, we're teaching them how to do vocal recording, how to properly do Foley recording. We're working on ambience, and to a lesser extent on how to implement music into games and movies. The competences that we want: first, we want the students to be able to properly capture audio, because it starts with having something good to work with. Then teach them good editing and processing skills. We tackle topics like mixdown and mastering, and then finally, basically, we work towards doing integration on linear productions, such as movies, films. Basically, we work predominantly with VFX movies up to now, and on implementation in games through the use of the audio engines in the game engines themselves in Unreal and in Unity, or through means of middleware such as Fmod or Wise. We spend a good deal of attention to spatialization. Basically, we have a 5.1 studio in which we can teach that, not currently since we're on lockdown. How does surround work, 5.1, stereo, mono, what are the advantages, how does stuff work, and how to deliver in the industry. Basically, that is in short what our program stands for. Dirk, will you elaborate a bit on your curriculum? Yes.
Yes, slide please. Thank you. So this is what you also find on the site with all the different semesters. So in this one, okay, it's the mirrored, so I have to do like this. So this part is the horizontal, that's semester 1, and then you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 semesters. I also added colors in it for my own as well. So blue, you see a lot of blue, that's typically for all the 3D courses. You have pink, and that is for the 2D courses, that means more the drawing courses. And then we have the green, and the green is especially the technical courses. Then you also have orange and red, and that is more where they do project work, or where they already, project work individually or in group. Let's take a look at the 3D pipeline. You have 3D1, 3D2, 3D3, 3D4 to make it easy for us. 3D1, 3D2, low poly, high poly. That's what you already see on the site in the first year. At the end of the first year, they be able to make a very realistic car with all the right materials. And 3D3, you become the digital photographer, the 3D digital photographer. You know how to put your lights, you also know how to render, you also know how to use the right materials, the right angle, the right composition. So that's for that part. And in 3D4, we also gonna work with photogrammetry. We will do small group projects, and it has to do something with advertising. And probably we are also going to introduce the pipeline of the real-time platform. Nevertheless, we still have to look out for, we have the lockdown, so we never know what might happen. And the real-time engines, I think they are coming up very fast in this matter. Then what else do we have? Of course, animation 1, 2, 3, 4. Animation 1, 2, 3 is all about practicing. In animation 4, we also going to explore the motion capture pipeline. In the studio behind me, we have also an OptiTrack set up, so they can learn to work also with that pipeline. And we will also make small shorts with that in that course, also from the beginning till the end. From the beginning till the end, that's what we already also see somewhere here, let's say, so the second one, the 3D pipeline. You model something, a bulldozer for instance, it's very easy to model. Then you put a rig in it that you can move certain joints. And then you need to animate it, so you put it on a timeline, and then you have mechanical animation. That's what the 3D pipeline is all about. Then sculpting is really sculpting in 3D instead of working with geometric forms. You have a more intuitive way of modeling then. And then we have stylized creation. That is where you start with characters. Stylized characters, that means cartoony characters, creatures, whatever kind of characters you would like to make. Before that, you see the pink pipeline, so we always have our learning goals, and there you see pre-production 1, pre-production 2. You get all the design principles and for pre-production. That means you start with first, perspective. You need to know some skills, so you'll have perspective, you will have color, you will have shading, the design principles and all these things to make very nice production files in pre-production, so that somebody can come up with a very nice digital painting, but also, digital concept, but they also can see, okay, that's the kind of materials that I have to use. These are the different iterations that I made. Perhaps they jump back to another iteration, so that's something that we put over there. And then in the third semester, as you can see, we have character design. That means anatomy comes in. First you get all the basics from the Homo Universalis, all the proportions by Da Vinci. You know about the muscles and things like that. And then you have classes with model sketching, where you really sketch through for life model. And then at the end you start painting them, and then you create your concepts of characters. The green pipeline that you have here is AMP Fundamentals, Applied Modern Physics Fundamentals. Yes, you still have math because you really need it for later on. It's already taught together along with Houdini. That's a new software that you have a very visual approach of what the mod does in a certain program. And that continues then in procedural 3D. That's also in Houdini, so procedural modeling. For instance, you have a bridge such as the Golden Gate Bridge, San Francisco, and you have a viaduct in Rome. Those are, well, you always have pillars and things like that, and due to changing parameters in the software, you can easily go from one, well, easily, I mean it takes a little while, but it's a lot easier than if you really have to model it from scratch as you would do it in 3D1 or 3D2. And then indeed all the film projects, voila. Now, I had a couple of questions also today regarding what about the other majors compared with 3D animation. So could I have the next slide, please? This is mixed with the major visual effects. As mentioned before, in this curriculum, it's still 3D production and VFX. We separated them from each other. So all the highlighted courses are the courses that we mix together. And then in the next slide, you see the courses specifically for the major VFX. Those are the highlighted ones now. Programming for Artist 1, Programming for Artist 2, Processing, and then we continue with the VFX simulations. Of course, they also have procedural 3D in Houdini, and then if you look at the left-hand side, there you see with visual VFX Simulations 1 and VFX Simulations 2, all kind of simulations that they will do with not only with explosions and destructions and things like that, it will also be with hair, liquids, fluids, all these things. And then you see compositing 1, 2, 3, 4, compositing 1 and 2. What about layering? What's compositing? So you film something in the Green Key studio, or you film something outdoors, you implement a 3D character into a live scene and things like that. That's what you see in compositing. In compositing 3 and 4 is really where you really work in the Green Key studio to make nice compositions of those. And then of course programming for Artist 3, that has got something to do with scripting to automate your process. And then I have another slide, and that's another question I got. So we have films and we have games. I mean, we have film-oriented and game-oriented. So sometimes you get the question, what's the difference between game graphics and 3D animation? Because those are the two graphical majors. Yes, indeed. And as you can see in the first semester, we have 4 courses together. In the second semester, we have 3 courses together. That's already 7 courses in the first year. If you don't know it, you can always switch. You will lose a couple of courses, but nevertheless, with an IoT program, you can just easily, they're well adapted to one another. What's the difference between the two? Well, one is real-time games and the other one is pre-rendered. But in the industry of digital arts and entertainment, it really sticks pretty well together. Also for animation, whether it is for games or whether it is for film, it's craft, it's a skill set that you get. It's all about training, and if you have to do it then for games or for film, it's the same thing. Come on in. So,
all right, my part of the curriculum. So the sound design major. What you see here is a representation of, on the one hand, the game development trajectory, which is very focused on programming. Now, technically, or basically, you can think of the sound design program as a generalist DAE program. So you are taught a lot of the same skills that you would get in game development and some of the other courses in the curriculum, but then with a very specialist focus on how to implement sound. We split up the courses into 3 years. It's a 3-year program, and all 3 of the years have 2 semesters. As you can clearly see, let's start at the bottom. The last year is the same over all of the 6 majors. So basically you have a grad work in which you do an individual research study. You have a group project on which you will be working as the lead sound designer on either a games project or a film project, VFX movie project or 3D animation project. That's the last year, and then we send you off into the world to do your internship. How does the program, the curriculum start? Well, in the first year you get some of the programming basics that you will be needing in the second year. So meanwhile, we are teaching you the skills associated in Sound Design 1 and Sound Design Project 1 with linear implementation of audio on VFX movies and 3D animation movies. What do you get in those courses? Basically, you are taught the fundamentals of your theory, so that's sonology and acoustics, that is auditory perception, and that is psychoacoustics. That's the first part of the sound design 1 class. The second part, we teach you to get really well acquainted with what you will be spending most of your time with, namely your digital audio workstations. Where are the buttons? What effects can I put in place? How do I put stuff on a marker track? How do I synchronize stuff? How do I put various lines of ambient, of vocal recordings and on sound effects into group tracks? How do I mix them down? How do I master them and render them so they become usable on an audiovisual production? As you have had in the first year a project on doing that and your theoretical classes plus your DAW acquaintance, then we move in the second year into 3 things. The first are the Sound Design 2 classes, on which we shift the focus from linear to non-linear. Basically what you will get is first you have your game engine who is sending calls to your middleware, and you have on the other side of the middleware you have your digital audio workstation. So you will be processing once again your own sounds, but they will be sent to a middleware so that they can be generated or actually triggered at the right time when they need to occur into the game. And with the proper processing that needs to be put into place. Wow, that was a difficult one. So that the room-specific reverbs, like in this beautiful hall where you're standing in, get triggered in real time. For instance, this is an example. Once again, you get the theory on your Unreal audio implementation, your Unity implementation, and your WISE middleware. And then in the second semester, the Sound Design Project 2, you will do an implementation on those. Then we have 3 breakout courses in the second year. One is completely dedicated to the production of kick-ass and realistic sound effects. Then we have another class which is on vocal recording and a very specific skill, Foley recording, in which we basically are going to teach you the ropes on how to properly record and synchronize stuff, how to plan vocal recording with vocal artists, for instance. And then we have an additional course which is on ambience, pretty straightforward. And because it was requested in this year's minor trajectory by the students, we are also going to dedicate some attention to music. Last course in the curriculum of the 48 ECTS credits specifically dedicated to sound design is Audio Lab, in which we are going to, you can see it as some weird laboratory in which we are going to look at extended possibilities for sound and audio to occur. Basically, we're going to take game engines and add sensor technologies or VR technologies to that, look at extended range controllers, build music games. Anything goes in that class. It's going to be, on the one hand, somewhat industry driven. On the other hand, we are going to assess what the students in games and group projects want to focus and work on. That's basically it as far as the curriculum goes. Dirk, you can come back, the slide can dissipate. What else can I tell you? You will be needing some dedicated hardware. The hardware for any self-respecting sound designer is a good pair of headphones. That's completely up to you. Which one you decide. It will not be provided by the curriculum. And you will also be needing an audio interface. We will post a list on the ones that we recommend, but in general you might say that as long as it has 2 separate XLR or jack inputs, if it has MIDI, it's MIDI enabled, and it is phantom power enabled, you should be kind of in the clear. That will set you back. We from the sound design department are using the Steinberg UR22 MK2s. They should set you back, according to your local retailer, somewhere in the vicinity of 100 to 120 euros. Last thing you will be needing is a dongle to be able to work on your sound, on your Nuendo projects that are basically any Steinberg project. That will set you back 20 euros. And then normally, as we are gearheads, you will pile up other stuff like MIDI boards and stuff, but that's not mandatory from the get-go. So ballpark figure, we're looking at an additional cost of about 200 euro, and obviously a laptop.
Yes, we need a laptop as well. We need a laptop for digital painting. You need a Wacom. We have all the software, and that's basically it. Usually students, when they just start and they don't know it yet, they start with an entry model with pen pressure Wacom tablet. It needs to be with pen pressure, of course. And then maybe in the second year say, wow, I really like doing this. They buy a bigger sized. You always have Christmas and Santa Claus and all the ask things. And we also have students, okay, the laptop is very easy to go from and back to school. It's not mandatory, not at all. But sometimes they like to have a desktop as well well, it's always better to have a very good, equipped, powerful station, right? But that's actually what they need.
Well, my demo reels of basically the first semester are on the live stream already, so I'm not going to go into too much detail. Most of the information is there. What remains for me to be said is choose wisely. But Dirk, you have a couple of really cool videos lined up for the
behind the scenes breakdowns. You know, you already seen in the stream some live session, some group projects from third years from the VFX students. For instance, Nightshift in that museum. Well, we have a sneak preview. We have a sneak behind the doors. If you can start it already, voila. This is where it happens. So. You all thought that is all modeled, but no, it is a real model, a real three-dimensional model. Here you see about the pre-production, and then they start building. So usually, group project is a 10 weeks project. If you want to make your own, of course, it's also a 10 weeks project. But if you're really dedicated or really fascinated by the world of 3D and 2D and the mix of it together, then you start earlier. I know these students, they start the 1st of August, and then they really start with making the model. That was quite crazy. They were there in September, they showed it to us, and who were we to say, no, you can't do the project? Of course not. So then they work together, as I said, 4 to 5 people. Here we have our studio, then we use it also as a to put the model in, to do all the recordings in it. As you can see, working up until they had a very realistic view of the museum, and then all the effects in it to really create a very nice moon-lighted atmosphere. Of course, for the animation, did all the testing, and here you see the combination of the 3D and the 2D. So they also had to make the model in 3D in a very low poly way, but nevertheless, you really need to have it because otherwise the characters, they would not be on the floor and so on and so on. Still, there are some little mistakes in it. The students promised me that they were going to solve it because, as I mentioned before, 10 weeks is so short. Voila, here you still see them working, and indeed, with the speed camera, all the different models that you can see, what they had to make. That's always nice to see such a making of. And here you see the final result, the footage, animation, the several steps in 3D of C-dipped, crypto, and final CGI. And then at the end, you have this final result. Another thing that they made was cell to cell, and that's typically, or you make your own project that you pitch, and we say yes or no, and then you also have external projects like from the non-profit industry. Here we work together with the University of Ghent, where they did some research about heart diseases, and all those sportsmen, all those athletes, that really die of it with cardiac arrest. And this is what we had to make a visualization of it. And these projects are always made together with animation and with the VFX major to combine this beautiful stuff together after 3 years, where they really do the apotheose of their entire process. That's it for us, right, Alexander?
That's completely true.
We're still on the chat, of course. You can always find us on Discord and on Teams for today, up until 4 o'clock. And then, what do we do? Teraske?
Teraske.
Okay, see you around, guys. Bye!
Luna?
Oh.
Sometimes when you breathe, we hear it
We're
on
live.
the mic.
Yeah, sorry. We're live. All right. Hello, everyone. I'm Luna. I'm a teacher here at DAE. And these are our students, and Sandra, our community manager. Well, one of them down there. And we are going to ask some questions to our students. And you can also drop some questions in the chat. We'll take a look at that. So Sandra, take it away.
Hi, my name is Sandra, and I'm part of the global community team. I want to thank you. I want to first thank all the students that were willing to do this today. We're taking some precious time of their weekend so they can help us tell you more about DAE and what life is about at DAE. So I would first like them to briefly tell us about themselves and who they are and what they do. You can start.
Hello, my name is Nelson. I live in Belgium currently. I'm from Belgium as well. I'm a third year VFX student. I'm currently looking for an internship.
Hi, I'm Cho. I'm from Vietnam. I'm a third year GGP and currently doing my internship.
Hi, my name is Maxim. I'm a second year IGP student and I live in Belgium.
Hi, I'm Nakisa. I'm from Germany and I'm a second year game development student.
So if there's no questions in the chat, we'll just ask them a few questions ourselves. And then once the questions pop up in the chat, we will refer to those. So Nelson, how does a day look like for a DAE student? Can you tell us something about it?
Well, of course, it depends on when I have class during the day. But most of the time, if I have either class in the morning or in the afternoon, I try and wake up at the same hour to keep a certain schedule going. So it depends on what class I have. It can also vary on the week. Some weeks are busier than others. When I come home, it depends on what I work on. And when I'm done working for school for the day, I try and get away from my computer as quick as possible because we spend a lot of time sitting behind the screen. So leaving it is something that I think is really important, like going outside. I like going to music shows, going to the movie theaters, having a drink with friends. And I'm a VFX student as well, so it's a nice excuse when I'm rendering. I can leave my computer and still say I'm working. So,
Nice. So, Chao, this is an important question for you as you're an international student yourself. How important is the community support at DAE?
Hi, so because I moved from Vietnam, I moved away from all the people I know and all the things I grew up with. So DAE community is, at the end of the day, feel like a family to me, and it's mean a lot. But I have a lot of friends with Belgian people, and I think they all think that it's really crucial to have a good community, and like the community support from that DAE provided is helped them so much, because how doesn't matter if you're good at it, how much you're good at it, there's always a point that you will feel you have to face some hardship and you will hit a wall or something, and it's really important to have people beside you to help you with, not only mentally but also help you, give you some input, help you solve the problem, because we all have different way of so sorry, we all have different way of problem solving, and having another person view on the matter, it's really important. So yeah.
Yeah. And what is the importance of planning, Maxime, at DAE?
Well, I think that planning is very important, especially in DAE, where you have a lot of deadlines that are close to each other and kind of short. The school also helps with this. If you have some problems with it, there are workshops organized for this. So no worries if you're not an excellent planner. Some people can manage with it, others don't. So it really depends on yourself what kind of planning you need. It's also important to make a planning for your own time, not only for school, so that you also have a bit of free time and not constantly working for school is very important. Yeah, that's basically why you need a planning.
And is a healthy lifestyle crucial to obtain your studies at DAE, Nakisa?
Yes, I think so. There is, of course, the aspect of mental and physical health. Both are very important and go hand in hand. And DAE can be very stressful because although not everything might be very difficult, it's a lot and can be very stressful. And because of that, it's very important to take care of yourself mentally. And of course, because of the time you have to, which also goes with planning, need to find the time to take care of yourself, which includes cooking for yourself or making sure that you eat good food and maybe finding the time to exercise and also finding the time to socialize with your friends and other people. And all those things, if they're not in order and if you're getting physical or mental health problems, can deteriorate you very much and increase the struggle of studying here. So it's very important to take care of yourself.
There's some questions coming in the chat. One for Maxime, I think. There's somebody and he's kind of doubting between GD or IGP because he's a programmer, but he has an interest in 3D. He thinks GGP is out of his league. Is he right to think that IGP is a mix of both programming and 3D?
Yes, IGP is a good mix between those two. You don't get too in depth with it, but it's obviously sufficient to make good quality games. I think GD also covers quite a lot of 3D. From IGP, I think if you're really into programming, you should go for GD and do a bit of stuff 3D next to it. But if you say you want to create a whole game and not only focus on programming, I would suggest go for IGP. And also, if you choose IGP in the first couple of weeks and say for yourself that it's not really something you're into, you can also change quickly. So it's not that important.
All right. Then there's another question. When coming from abroad, is it easy to find accommodation? Does the school have student housing? We do not have student housing.
Yeah,
or
we do.
We do have some, yeah, right, sorry.
The wing.
From this year on. But Chao, maybe you can tell a bit about that, how that went for you?
For me, it was really stressful because I didn't know anything, and I start looking online. I start looking on like different websites. So like I think you would know, Cot in Westlander or something, but the international team of the school, they have a really good list of good places. Because they accumulated it from all the other students that have been staying there, so they know which place is good and which place is bad. So I think you have a really good chance to find a good place to stay when contacting them and ask for the list, and because it's already verified and it's way less risky than just going to a random ad on the internet.
All right. And Nakisa, you live in a flat here, right?
Yes, we have a private apartment. And yeah, for us, so I came here from Germany with a bunch of other people, and we at first wanted to live together, all with 6 people in an apartment. which we found one, but sadly, the people that sold us that, or well, that our landlords were not really nice, and was a problematic situation. But then, yeah, we went looking for new stuff, and right now we're very happy. We're paying around 400 euros for everything right now, and it's very close to DAE. So if you are willing to make sacrifices, or if you're not looking for something too specific, you can find a nice place here.
All right. Then there's another question for our programmers. Somebody asks, how much 3D and visual programming is GD about, or is GD major mostly focused on behind the scenes engine programming and not that visual?
So generally any DAE course major is very all-rounder. So we do have visual programming, we do have 3D, but usually it's only 1 or 2 courses per semester, and the majority of the courses, especially those with more credit points, which means more time you have to spend in them, are actually proper programming, which is related to engines, related to graphics programming, related to general programming, not even, and of course always related to gameplay programming, but not only. But generally, you will learn proper engine programming and so on, but you will also be capable to communicate and create 3D visual programming and also other programming language related things.
I also saw one. How difficult is GD actually?
Depending, it's definitely not easy. It also varies very much from course to course, and of course also some of the teachers I think are changing up right now in the last years. So it's always, of course, also dependent how well you can learn from certain teachers. In my experience, they're all very, very competent and take their time and are very approachable, which is all very great. But of course, you can always have some issue with any person. I'm very lucky that I didn't have that. Generally speaking, things became rather difficult in the later semesters, but they're not very, very difficult because the teachers are very good at explaining these things and simplifying them. However, there is a huge workload, which is the main difficulty for, of course, for any course. So yeah, the major difficulty will be managing to get all the work done and work through it properly.
Continuing on that, there's a question for our VFX students. Do you have time to do small personal projects beside your schoolwork? And for the school projects, can you gear them towards your visual interests?
I think there is room to do that, obviously. However, it is easier when, for example, you split your curriculum where you do it in 4 years instead of 3, which a lot of people do, I think. When you're doing all the courses, it's quite hard to do more personal stuff if you want to get your assignments for school up to par and want to use them for portfolio purposes and so on. But when you have some time off, it's always a good idea to work on stuff you want to focus on more, because everyone has his own thing within VFX, within the pipeline. So yeah, I think it's possible, and do what you love to do and try and get good at that specifically. What was the other part of the question again?
Well, if you can make the school projects towards your own interests.
Towards your own personal, yeah. I think you can, yeah. Certainly more towards like the second years and the group projects and the VFX projects. Of course, there's going to be a certain standard that is expected from you, because of course you have to get evaluated on certain skills you develop during this assignment. However, I think most of the teachers are really open towards your own personal creative input, and if you want to twist something and get your own style involved in it, I think there's no problem with that. If it fits within the certain specifics you have to be able to do for that assignment.
All right. There's also somebody who asks if the teamwork goes well. So for the group projects and stuff, how does that go for you guys?
I think that depends on whether you create your own groups or you get assigned to the group. But I think the overall experience that everyone is civil and trying to work toward the final project, because the teamwork is also graded, is like a big part of the curriculum. So if you don't know how to teamwork, your grade gonna get affected. So I think overall teamwork worked nicely because everyone trying to have the same goal, having a nice project in the end, and you have to solve a problem like professional.
Yeah.
I think when you're all working towards the same goal, it should be okay.
Mhm.
And within a group, everybody's going to find their own thing within it, and it's a matter sometimes of trusting people and doing their own stuff. And if you're all working towards the same goal and you want to achieve the same thing, it should be doable.
Okay,
I
maybe.
think it's also. Oh, sorry.
No, go.
I think it's also a big part of what DAE teaches because you will have a bunch of group projects, not just the major courses that are tailored to group projects, but also other ones. And it's very important to learn to put your ego aside and learn to communicate and learn to understand other people, because miscommunication can easily be a big problem. And I think it's the main reason if and when groups don't work properly, then it's just because somebody didn't understand somebody else and maybe somebody got stuck somewhere.
I saw a lot of questions about housing, and I think most of you probably had a cot in Kortrijk. What was the price variation between your housing?
For me, I pay 300 for everything. For a room in a cot, that is, I think, 5 minutes walking to school. Yeah.
Yep. I think
And
in
for
Kortrijk you can definitely get below 300 if you really have to.
yeah, but I think you sacrifice a lot of, like, if you want to share stuff with people,
Yeah.
then the prices go up. If you're
But
willing to
it's not as
share everything,
expensive as Ghent.
Yeah.
that is true.
I know people who have like 180 bucks a house, but that is like you bike around 20 minutes to school. But like if you wanna put the sacrifice, if you wanna spend at least money, then you can go further away from the city center.
All right, maybe you can tell us a bit about the study nights, because that's quite interesting.
I used to be a member of Study Night. Now I'm looking around, but I'm not technically a member anymore.
You're still there.
We are a team of really passionate students that want to help the others. And what we mostly do is every Thursday we organize. We open the level, so that is like our campus. We open and welcome everyone to come work or socialize together. We have a bar open, so you can have a drink and talk about either work or your just personal stuff. And we take in a lot of inputs from other students. We ask if they need help with anything, depends on the assignment and depends on what they find difficulty. We will organize workshops or feedback session to help. So even though we are not teacher, we are second year and third year students that already went through what they went through, and we know what would help you go through the problem easily. And then every time, like before every holiday, we have special events, and that can be Easter or Christmas, and it depends on what kind of holiday we will have some theme party going on. We can have sword fighting, or
Nerf
we
gun.
have Nerf gun, or for Christmas we have Secret Santa, and for Halloween we have cosplay and stuff like that. I'm really proud of the community. We did a great job. It's feel like a family to me because everyone is welcome and everyone is listened. So I think it's helped student a lot, and I'm really grateful that I can help people. And yeah.
Anybody want to add something to it?
I mean, just don't be afraid to go. I mean, especially as a first year, I know you have a lot of work as well, and it might be hard to combine sometimes. You're not obliged to go, but I mean, it's always a good idea, and you shouldn't be scared to try
But I
and,
mean,
and connect to other people.
Yeah, but we also have study rooms that like quiet
Yeah,
room
yeah.
that you can sit and study there. So it's a great place to come together with your friend and
It's also
not
really
having
good to get feedback from other
Uh-huh.
people working on the same assignments as well, or just
Yeah.
getting a different inputs.
I think it's really crucial to have different people opinion on it. Although you need to know which one is a valuable one or which one you shouldn't let it affect you.
Yeah. As I don't see any more questions, maybe I can ask an important one. So, how much is the workload at DAE? How many hours do you each spend per week working for DAE?
That is really depends. For me personally, it's really depends on the time of the semester. Because for example, if you have just come back from a holiday, everything is easy. It's around you just go to class and do some small exercise at home. So I would say around 30, 40. I'm not sure. I haven't do the math, but I just kind of estimated. But in the exam season, or in like when you actually get into the loop, 60, 50 to 60 is the normal work week for me. And if you go into the exam, things can go a little heated and you have to pull some more hours to 70, 80. Sometimes because I didn't plan well. In first year, I remember I did like 1 week of 120 hours, and that wasn't fun.
Yes, Maxime.
Yeah,
for
I
you?
think for me, I work almost every day for school. On the weekends, a bit less, but I think an average week is around 60 hours for me. Yeah, there's a lot of work, almost all the time, but also a lot of projects on my own that I do besides of school, and sometimes I can combine them. So yeah, I think around 60 is a fair amount of time.
Nakisa?
Yeah, I would say it's very similar to the others. It's of course dependent on how hard the courses is, and if you fall behind, which is also always a risk and an issue. And I think so, which might also be interesting. The expected amount, rather the official amount, is 10 hours per week per course. So you should, of course, it's not a necessity, but you should spend around 50 hours per week for university. But yeah, I mean, I think it's very easy to put way more time in, and unless you're very good at things and are very fast, it's difficult to manage to put less work in and get good grades or even passing grades.
And Nelson?
Yeah, I think everything's been said that has to be said. I would like to add as well that, of course, it's going to be different for everyone. Some people like to put some more time in some courses, as I said previously, to work on their own thing they like within the pipeline you want to end up in. So, for example, some people would put more time into rigging if they want to become a rigging artist, because just passing the course for them is not enough, and they want to have something that actually they can put on their portfolio proudly and show off to get an internship or get a job later on. So I think what they said is true for all the courses, but obviously everyone's going to spend some time into their favorite stuff as well. So yeah, that's
So all the hours.
Oh, sorry. Continue.
All the hours you mentioned is including class, I presume, not on top of that.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Somebody is asking if you can tell us what your ambitions were and why you have chosen these specific courses, why you have chosen GGP or IGP. Who wants to start? Maxime.
Well, I just wanted to make cool games, and become a rich person, but I think after having this course at IGP, where you also learn the business side of games, it really disencouraged me to become rich really fast. So, yeah, my main goal why I wanted to enroll this course was to make fun and entertainment games, because I thought at that time, and still think, that this is something I want to do my whole life, or at least in this side of the industry. That's also mainly why I wanted to do this, because I see myself making games for a long time and having fun.
Okay, someone else that would like to add something?
For me, I always has been an artistic kid. I try out different media, from painting, traditional sculpting, stuff like that, to digital art, like the digital designer, like marketing book stuff. And I think for me, the best way to communicate to my audience is through game, because it's really interactive, and it's in a way it's a two-sided conversation rather than just me conveying my thought and feeling to them. So that's why I really gravitate toward game arts, and because it's also not just purely artistic, but it's also required technical skill, which I'm really fond of. So I think that it's a good combination for me. It's a good path. So that's why I followed it.
For me, it was of course, like falling in love with the first Incredibles movie from Pixar and watching the animations and actually wondering how they managed to create the world. And I actually studied something else, more graphic design focused. And there was one assignment where I told one of my teachers, "Yeah, I'm gonna do this in 3D." And he was like, "Yeah, you shouldn't do this. You only have 2 weeks." And I did it. And then he was like, "You should probably do more in 3D." And that's how I decided to work with this and then combine it with the animation and so on and so forth. So yeah, that's how I got into this.
Okay, somebody is asking what's the best way to prepare themselves for IGP?
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
Somebody asks what's the best way to prepare himself for
To prepare
IGP.
Technically, you don't have to prepare because everything will be taught from the beginning. But yeah, it might be, you might get a head start, of course, if you already know some stuff. So I think Blender is a very good option. It's a free program to start modeling 3D, so you can look some tutorials up on that and start on your own. I think that is a good start for 3D. In general, programming, look at Bracky's online on YouTube. He's a good YouTuber that explains C# and Unity. You can also download Unity yourself right now and mess around a bit, because that's mainly the engine we are working on in IGP. On the side of economics and stuff, you don't really have to prepare anything. Yeah, I think it's mainly 3D and programming that you can prepare yourself for. But no worries, it will all be taught from the beginning, but it will go fast.
All right, and then the age-old question: English or Dutch curriculum? Well, IGP didn't have a choice,
Yeah.
so that wasn't Dutch. But what do you guys recommend?
I'd say English for sure, even though I follow it in Dutch myself, which I completely regret. But I think basically the main language spoken at the level is English. Most of the people speak English, so you might as well follow it in English. If you have a choice between Dutch and English, I'd say English for sure.
All right.
Also, the industry is English.
Yeah, the industry is in English. All the program you learn is in English, so it wouldn't make a big difference because you will have to come in contact with English like specialized word also anyway. So I think yeah, English. I would choose English, but I don't really have a choice. I don't do Dutch, so.
I have one question to end the stream with a nice vibe. What was your favorite memory in DAE till now?
The
Something.
games.
I'll start. For me, I mean, for sure, it was our group project, 100%, where we built the scale model and filmed it in a green key. That was amazing to do something completely different, and we were all like really passionate about the project, and we all wanted to do the same thing and work in this style. And it's really cool when we actually like managed to build the model which we wanted. Yeah, that's it for me.
My most favorite moment is when I joined the study night team. I think it changed my life. If I put it that way, it's helped me open more, and it's give me the opportunity to help people and listen to people's story, and it's give me a lot of valuable lessons. So yeah, that's something I'll forever value.
All right. Anyone else?
Well, I think my favorite moment isn't just a single moment, but it's just in the study night, being with a lot of passionate people that are all passionate about the same thing, really encourages me. So yeah, I think those moments are my favorites.
All right, then we're gonna round this off. For people who still have questions, you can find the links to the Discord in the description below, and also to our chat boxes. There's teachers there to answer all your questions. And then, of course, there's the site with all the videos and stuff. This was our last student panel for today, unfortunately. Thank you to our students. We love you. We miss you.
Thank you guys. You are awesome.
Yes,
Thank
and
you
now
for
we will
hosting
show
this.
some student projects, actually. Some of these people probably worked on them. So
yeah.
Don't just close down the YouTube. Stay lit.
Okay.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
Good
People in town got together, gathered around the old tree, Children rose to the tips of the toes as everyone wanted to see. People in town got together, gathered around the old tree. Children arose to the tips of the toes as everyone wanted to see.
pull up and wine. Yeah, Yakatobine. Would you pull up and wine?
happened yet? I told you to put your siblings to bed an hour ago!
Warning all personnel, demon invasion is imminent.
Attention, this station operates within the linear space-time. Please.
Unauthorized life form detected.
It's super amazing. I was so stoked because I was one of the contribution of it, and it's making me feel like, wow, I did something. It really boosts my confidence in my works.
It's a good feeling, it's exciting, it's cool to know that you're a part of it.
Yeah, I'm really happy about that. It's an honor to be honest. That extra thing, just my work on the trophy, and it's a really nice trophy, and It's just, yeah, it's a really nice feeling.
It's good. It was exciting because it was something different. It was feedback from other people than just your teachers or your friends.
It was kind of special, so to say. I placed all my work on there, and I definitely got some good feedback. I talked with some people.
There's definitely like a technicality with which we learn. If you graduate from DAE, you will be on point with your technical knowledge of your software and of computers. You will know what's happening, and that is a thing that the industry really requires of you. Everything about it is made to prepare you for the industry.
I really love the environment here. It's really open and friendly. I really like the teachers here. They really like friendly, and you can come up to them and ask anything and they will find it, and everyone is helping each other. It's feel like everyone is growing, so I really love it.
It does not feel like a school. You learn a lot, you learn a lot of stuff really fast, and you really grow in like 3 to 4 years. But you just enter the school and you really get this warm feeling of people trying to help each other, and it's incredible to say it's like the best 3 years I've had.
If it's your thing, I would absolutely recommend DAE. Certainly at this moment, I don't think there's really a better place to go.
Yes. Okay. So this basically rounds up this Infoday for us. I hope we were able to reach out to you, that we answered your questions. It's the first time for us, so we haven't done this before. So there's some people gathering here in the back. They're part of the crew, they're part of the staff. They're at a safe distance from each other. If you decide to come study here, then on our Digital Arts and Entertainment website, go to the Apply Now button and then just go through the enrollment procedure, and all the rest will explain itself. The chat channels will go down, so the Discord servers after today will basically go down, the teams will go down, but the email addresses will all stay there, so you will still be able to reach out to us via email. Please do keep an eye open on our Digital Arts and Entertainment website, because there might be an opening in the near future to pay a physical visit to the campus. We will announce it via our Digital Arts and Entertainment.be website. And to all the colleagues out there watching this closing word, you're still the best. To the people in the back, they're awesome. So if you want to be as awesome as they are, just apply and become a DAE student. See you. Bye.